Please bow with me. Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. Thank you, Lord. We are blessed. We are highly favored. Lord, and it is your grace, your mercy that informs our walk. Lord, as we gather this evening to handle the affairs of the county, I pray, Lord, first and foremost, a blessing of protection and direction and guidance on all those, Lord, who help make Clay County a great place to live. Thank you, Lord, for the blessing that they are to us personally, Lord, and in every space. Thank you. Lord, these matters before us today, we need your help. Lord, if you don't help us, we do not have any help. So I'm asking you, God, for wisdom, knowledge, understanding, so that we can make the decisions best for the residents of Clay County. We thank you, Lord, for every opportunity we have to say thank you and to meet together. Have your way in this place. In the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen.
Amen. All right, Senior Chief Timothy Giselle is leading the Pledge of Allegiance today. Giselle served 21 years in the United States Navy as a submariner with assignments throughout the U.S. and in England. He retired from active duty in 2013. A highly decorated veteran, he received numerous awards and commendations throughout his career, including multiple Navy and Marine Corps commendation and achievement medals, Navy unit commendations, overseas service ribbons, and the National Defense Service Medal. Reflecting on his military service, Giselle credits the Navy with teaching him to adapt, overcome adversity, and rely on teamwork. Now, a Middleburg resident, Giselle continues to serve as the Help Desk Manager for the Clay County Board of County Commissioners. We thank you for your service to our country and your ongoing commitment to our community. If you'd lead us in the pledge and then say a few words if you'd like.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for the opportunity to lead the pledge. It's a great honor and great privilege, and thank you for the opportunity to continue to serve my county and as the Help Desk Manager. Thank you.
Yeah. Good. All right, may be seated. Call to order, Board of County Commissioners meeting for June 23rd, 2026, and roll call. All of my wonderful commissioners are here today, and we will go on to pet adoptions with Teresa.
Okay, our first cat today is Beanie, spayed female, domestic short hair, just 2 months old and weighs 2 pounds. At just 2 months old, this tiny all-black kitten is packed with personality. Her giant owl eyes are always on the lookout for snacks, toys, and your business. Raised in a foster home alongside other kittens, Beanie is well socialized and already knows the house rules. Equal parts adorable and mischievous, she's ready to swoop into your heart and claim permanent cuddle rights. Our first dog is Hunter, a neutered male. He is a mixed breed. He's a year old and weighs 65 pounds. Meet Hunter, a handsome, fawn-colored adventurer with a nose for exploration and a talent for making friends. He's a playgroup superstar who loves romping with other dogs and is always ready for the next adventure. Hunter is still working on his leash manners and can get a little excited on walks, but he's eager to learn and just loves being out and about. Curious about people, dogs, and every interesting smell along the way, he approaches life with enthusiasm and a wagging tail. If you're looking for a friendly dog social sidekick who loves the outdoors and is always up for fun, Hunter is ready to join your crew. Next, we have Princess Donut, spayed female, domestic short hair, 2 months old and weighs 2 pounds. Princess Donut is a soft gray sweetheart who's still figuring out this big, exciting world. She may start off a little shy, but her gentle, beautiful personality shines brighter every day as she slowly warms up to people around her. This tiny royal loves cozy spots, quiet moments, and watching the world with wide, curious eyes. With patience, kindness, and a calm home, Princess Donut will blossom into the loving companion she's meant to be. If you're looking for a kitten who's equal parts sweet, delicate, and full of potential, Princess Donut is ready to steal your heart. And next we have Rooney, a mixed breed, 3 years old and weighs 60 pounds. Rooney is a sweet, easygoing guy who loves keeping up with both his people and his dog friends. He's the perfect mix of playful and relaxed, always happy to join in a game, but just as content to take a leisurely walk and settle in for a nap afterward. Rooney has great leash manners, enjoys greeting other dogs, and navigates social situations with confidence and kindness. If you're looking for a companion who's ready for adventure but equally happy to chill by your side, Rooney might be your perfect match. Ready to meet your new best friend? Our adoptable animals are waiting to add some extra love and fun to your life. From wagging tails to purring kitties, we've got the perfect companion just for you. Want to see who's available? Head over to our website and meet our adorable crew looking for their forever homes. And if you have questions, you can drop us a line at clayadoptions@claycountygov.com and let's chat. Don't wait. Your new best friend is just a click away. And picture is a little kitten named Gambit. We have kittens that are always in need of foster parents. And if you are ready to be a foster hero, we are always in need of foster homes where they can grow, receive socialization, and get the care they need until they are ready for adoption. Could you provide a loving temporary home for one of our foster animals? If so, please contact us at clayfosters@claycountygov.com. And lastly, if you're interested in helping our furry friends, but you can't bring one home, please take a look at our Amazon wish list. We are always in need of items for shelter animals. Just go to amazon.com. And that completes our pet adoptions.
All right, if my fellow commissioners would join me up front. All right, so first we have retirement of Charlie Latham. Today we have a special recognition for our Assistant County Manager, Charlie Latham, as he begins his retirement. We welcome Charlie and his wife, Catherine, and family and friends here with him today to please join us up front for the recognition. Come on up. Directors, come on up. All right, Charlie joined the Team Clay in 2021 as Environmental Services Director, bringing in more than 27 years of leadership experience in the waste and recycling industry. He was promoted to Assistant County Manager, where he provided oversight and support to numerous departments, helped guide key initiatives, and monitored legislative developments that could impact Clay County. Charlie is a proud U.S. Navy veteran, commissioned as an officer in 1981. He served as a surface warfare officer and naval engineer, and concluded his active duty career in 1994 as a command qualified lieutenant commander. After his military service, he served 2 terms as mayor of Jacksonville Beach, and held leadership roles in regional and statewide municipal organizations. His dedication to local government earned him recognition as a Florida League of Cities Home Rule Hero for 5 consecutive years. Throughout his career, Charlie demonstrated a commitment to public service, strong leadership, and a passion for service. In retirement, Charlie looks forward to volunteering his time to work with young people in our community. We are very grateful for the experience, dedication, and professionalism he brought to Clay County. Please join us in thanking Charlie Latham for his service and wishing him all the best in his retirement.
Thank you very much. Deeply touched for a lot of reasons. Got a lot of folks up here that mean a lot to me. To my immediate left is the most important, is my beautiful and lovely wife, Catherine, who's been a tremendous support to me during my life. Next to Catherine is George Forbes, who was the city manager in Jacksonville Beach for 24 years, and actually was hired by my father when he was mayor of Jacksonville Beach. Next to him is Sandy Golding, who's a friend of mine who's also on the commission, or the council at Jacksonville Beach. And Mike Stefopoulos. It's the Greek name that slows me down. Mike is the current city manager of Jacksonville Beach, and these people traveled. George came from Winter Park, and the others came from Jacksonville Beach, and that just means a lot to me. That obviously I wasn't expecting them, so I'm very grateful to Howie for bringing me on. I'm very grateful to my team who's up here. You guys are amazing. Anything that we did that was successful was because of you, not because of me. Great team. And I just want to tell you how much it means to me to have been a part of this team for the last 5.5 years. And I wish all of you Godspeed, and thank you very much again.
Well, imagine we kind of joked this is really the third time that Charlie has retired, right? And 5.5 years just went by like a blink, Charlie, did it not? And I can't thank you enough for your leadership, your dedication, and everything that you've done for our community here. And we're going to miss you. But as one shipmate to the other, fair winds and following seas, my friend. And for a small token of our appreciation, please accept this plaque, put it on your my I love me wall, and enjoy retirement, Charlie. Enjoy. Thank you.
All right, so today we recognize America's 250th anniversary with a proclamation commemorating the signing of the Declaration of Independence and the founding of our nation. We are pleased to welcome members of the Daughters of the American Revolution, including my mother, Marty Whitney, Sophia Fleming Chapter, local elected officials, and county leaders and representatives from Penny Retirement Community and Moose Haven as we come together to mark this historic milestone. If y'all could come on up here, we'll pile up here. All right, and I did not see. Brian Campbell is here from Aaron Bean's office. And Commissioner Condon is going to read the proclamation.
Whereas 2026 marks the 250th anniversary of the United States of America, commemorating the signing of the Declaration of Independence and the birth of a nation founded on the enduring principles of liberty, self-government, and the rule of law. And whereas the movement toward American independence began with the convening of the First Continental Congress and the adoption of the Declaration and Resolves on October 14th, 1774, affirming the colony's fundamental rights, including life, liberty, property, local self-government, trial by jury, and representation in taxation. And whereas established in 1958 and named for American statesman Henry Clay, Clay County has grown from a collection of small settlements including Green Cove Springs, Fleming Island, Orange Park, Keystone Heights, Penny Farms, and Middleburg into a vibrant and diverse county whose residents have preserved its rich heritage and natural beauty along the St. Johns River and Black Creek while contributing to its continued growth and prosperity. Whereas the 250th anniversary of the United States provides the residents of Clay County an opportunity to reflect upon our nation's founding principles, celebrate our shared heritage, honor those who have served, and inspire future generations to uphold the ideals upon which our nation was founded. And whereas the National Society Daughters of the American Revolution, founded in 1890 by descendants of American Revolution patriots, is commemorating the 250th anniversary of the United States by illuminating our legacy, honoring the sacrifices for independence, and celebrating the nation's history, diversity of experience, and enduring values of liberty and democracy. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Clay County, Florida, hereby recognizes and celebrates the 250th anniversary of the United States of America and encourages all residents to honor our nation's history, the veterans and public servants who support our democracy, and to participate in observances honoring our nation's founding while celebrating the history and contributions of Clay County and its citizens. Be it further resolved that the proclamation is presented to the Sophia Fleming Chapter National Society Daughters of the American Revolution in recognition of the commitment to honoring America's past and inspiring its future. Duly adopted, by the Board of County Commissioners, Clay County, Florida, this 23rd day of June 2026. Do I have a motion? All in favor? Aye. Of course, it's unanimous. And who is accepting the proclamation? Oh, yes. Who would like to speak? Anybody?
On behalf of our organization, thank you very much to Clay County, and thank you to the Board of Commissioners for inviting us.
I would just like to say on behalf of Moose Haven, our Executive Director, Helen Taylor, we're proud members of Clay County. Me personally, lifetime resident. I'm so proud to serve our residents here. I'm so proud to be a part of this group. Thank you.
What I'm going to do is get everybody kind of, and we might have to make two lines, so we'll have the less tall folks come forward, please. Less tall folks come forward. Everybody squeezed in there. Everybody can see the camera.
All right, next we are pleased to recognize the outstanding achievements of several Clay student athletes with a proclamation honoring the 2026 FHSAA state champions. We are delighted to welcome the students and their families, coaches, and school leadership from Keystone Heights High School, Clay High School, Oakleaf High School, Ridgeview High School, and Fleming Island High School for this recognition. And come on up. We're gonna Commissioner Scrumlow is going to read our proclamation.
Wow, what a great problem to have, a whole stack of state champions here in Clay County. I was talking to some of the students before the meeting today, and winning a state championship is a very, very impressive feat in the world of high school athletics. There are people that play in the major leagues in baseball, they play in the NFL, they play at the Division I level in college football, but they never won a high school state championship. So the hard work and dedication of all these students, the fact that they continue to put this county, the best county in the great state of Florida, on the map is something that we're extremely proud of, and all 5 of us are proud to give them this proclamation. Whereas Clay County student athletes and athletic programs demonstrated exceptional dedication, discipline, and competitive excellence during the 25-26 school year, earning state championships, setting records, and bringing distinction to their schools and community. And whereas the Keystone Heights boys weightlifting team, led by Coach Levy Alvarez, captured the FHSAA 1A traditional and Olympic state championship titles, with individual state champions Elijah Mize, Colton Hollingsworth, and Kyle Perkins contributing to a historic team achievement. And whereas the Clay High School competitive cheer team, led by Coach Lori Davis, earned the FHSAA Class 1A Small Co-Ed State Championship, securing its 3rd consecutive state title and continuing a legacy defined by teamwork, discipline, and excellence. And whereas Oakleaf High School's Kaylani Barrientos won the girls IBT Wrestling State Championship in the 135-pound weight class, completing a 22-1 season, while fellow Oakleaf athlete Noah Shevchuk became a 3-time FHSAA state championship in the 3A 169-pound title in traditional and Olympic weightlifting, while tying the FHSAA record for snatch and breaking a 23-year-old traditional lifting total record. Whereas Ridgeview High School's Jasmine Caraballo earned FHSAA 2A state championships in both traditional and Olympic weightlifting divisions, and Fleming Island High School's Catherine Ward captured the FHSAA 2A Olympic state championship in traditional runner-up honors. And finally, Fleming Island High School's Michaela Shavers defended her FHSAA 3A triple jump state championship with a new Florida State record of 42 feet and 11.5 inches. And I also found out she's a national champion as well, which is pretty impressive. Keep following that one in the future. And she also earned state runner-up in the long jump, bringing distinction to her school, community, and the sport of track and field. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners, Clay County, Florida, hereby commends these outstanding student athletes, coaches, and families for their remarkable accomplishments and congratulates them on an extraordinary 2026 athletic season that brought pride and recognition to Clay County. Duly adopted by the Board of County Commissioners, Clay County, Florida, this 23rd day of June 2026. Do I have a motion? And a second. All in favor? Aye. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. You are officially in the history books. Congratulations. I think we have a couple coaches. You want to say anything, Coach, really quick? You good? We have Ms. Thompson, do you want to say, the county athletic director's here. Do you want to say anything really fast? Yeah. So the coordinator of district athletics for Clay County, Christina Thompson.
I'm gonna step back here because this is all about them and the coaches, and we are so immensely proud of you all. I want to say thank you all to the commissioners for inviting them here today to once again celebrate their fantastic achievements, their dedication to their craft, to their sport, to their school, to the community. And thank you to their families, their parents, our community members. I'm immensely proud of what our kids and coaches have been able to accomplish. And it's just another reason why Clay County is the best. So thank you all.
All right, so next month we'll recognize staff who help facilitate our mosquito control program with a certificate in honor of National Mosquito Control Awareness Week, which runs June 21st through 27th of 2026. All right, and next we will move on to our presentation, Resilient Florida Adaptation Plan.
I'm Brett Cunningham with Jones Edmonds, and I'm going to give you just kind of an overview of the adaptation plan, which is a project that's really just in the beginning. And the purpose of this presentation and our display outside was really to satisfy one of your grant agreements. So if you're kind of to refresh your memory, the Resilient Florida program began in 2021 through a legislative act. There are two, and under that program, there are two types of grants given under that. So there's the planning grants that covers vulnerability assessments, which you have done, which you've completed, and then the follow-on to the vulnerability assessment is an adaptation plan. That's the project we're just starting. And then projects from the adaptation plans then are eligible for the implementation grants. So that's kind of one of the end goals to this. So we're going to talk about the project goals and background, kind of reviewed the VA results, vulnerability assessment results, talk about the focus areas that came out of that, and then the next steps for the adaptation plan. So we completed you completed with us the vulnerability assessment that satisfies the DEP grant. And in that, we identified some needs and strategies. So that kind of gives us a leg up for doing the adaptation plan. Under the adaptation plan, then we're going to take that and, with your guidance, focus on projects to address your highest priorities. So that's really one of the takeaways from tonight is to really be thinking about of your publicly owned assets, what are some things that you really want to have addressed in this? So the vulnerability assessment, again, which was completed, one of the big things in that is identifying critical community assets. I'll go through that here in a minute. But again, this is really based on publicly owned assets and then also regionally significant assets. So this isn't necessarily designed to address individual homeowners or private property. So in that, we look at future events, so kind of current conditions, and then how rainfall events are projected to get larger in the future. What kind of an impact does that have on your community? Then we go through an exposure analysis, a sensitivity analysis. I'll talk about those a little bit more later. And then from those, we kind of have a ranking of where your biggest problems are. And again, we came up with identification of focus areas. So this is just a snapshot of your critical assets, and it, just kind of how they spread out across the county. And again, this is critical assets as defined by this legislation is really mostly publicly owned assets, and then some things that are of regional significance that may be privately owned. Hospitals are a good example of something like that. And you have in the ballpark of about 13,000 of those within the county. And this just kind of gives you a snapshot of the asset types. Again, this is all these asset types are defined in the legislation. So these are all the things that we were required to look at.
Can we ask questions as you go here?
Absolutely.
What's the difference between blue and green there? I mean,
None really. These are
colors?
Yeah, just for display purposes. They're in the legislation. There are 4 major categories, and we just lump these into 2 for display purposes.
Okay, and I want to comment on this previous slide and emphasize the fact that there's 13,000 different community assets that are at risk. Is basically the way I look at it.
There are, I'll show you those results in a moment. There are about 13,000 assets.
Oh.
Some of them are at risk and some of them are not.
Some are not. Okay.
Yeah, and that's what we determined in the sensitivity analysis. So the first thing that we do is the exposure analysis, and that has, again, that's kind of dictated by the legislation. So we look at different flooding types. We look at tidal flooding, we look at rainfall event flooding. So they kind of where the X's are, those are all things that are mandated by the legislation. So we look at existing conditions, 2040 conditions and 2070 conditions, and a high and low in those. So just a lot of analysis in terms of looking forward and how that's going to impact public infrastructure. That's the exposure analysis, and then we need to kind of make sense of that. So this is kind of a classic slide to go from exposure analysis to a sensitivity analysis. So imagine that there's flooding on the ground around these 3 homes. We would say that those 3 homes then have the same exposure to flooding, but they have a different sensitivity to flooding. So the house in the middle or the house on the left is maybe going to have a higher sensitivity because it floods first. The other part to sensitivity is adaptive capacity. So maybe the house in the middle isn't going to have quite the adaptive capacity of the other 2. So we take all these factors into account and going from the exposure analysis to the sensitivity, and we're able to kind of put everything in a bucket of low, medium, high, or not a problem at all. And this is the way it plays out for the whole county. So it's like, for instance, for transportation, there were about almost 14,000 assets. Almost 5,000 are in the high exposure, high sensitivity, and then down to low. So a lot to go through, and we won't go through all 13,000 of them, but this is kind of a snapshot of a lot of different results and how those roll up.
Madam Chair, can we go back one, please?
Sure.
What the categorical for critical infrastructure? Can you give me some examples of what that would be?
That's probably going to be things like your wastewater treatment plants, your water treatment plants, lift stations. There's a pretty good laundry list of what those types of assets are.
Okay.
So as opposed to transportation, obviously, transportation and evacuation routes, community centers. So it's really kind of everything that isn't in one of those other categories.
But actual, piped drainage would be that, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yeah.
So transportation typically is the biggest of them. You have so many roads, and those all get broken down into segments.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So then, as required by the vulnerability assessment, you have to develop focus areas, and those are typically based on where you have the highest concentration of assets at risk. And so these are kind of the 4 areas that largely broke out of that. And that was a process that we went through with you. So kind of the St. Johns River area, Black Creek area, Middleburg, and Lake Asbury. So as we go through this, we'll tend to focus in those focus areas. Doesn't mean that every project has to be in a focus area, but that's just kind of where more of the attention will be in the adaptation plan. And this is just a snapshot of your most vulnerable assessments. So generally, the darker the color, the more at risk it is. So again, you can kind of take the results from here, which is the sensitivity analysis, and you can again kind of see why we came up with the focus areas that we did. Just in general terms, some of the things that stood out in terms of the results, some things that were at risk, particularly in some of the future years, some of your water wastewater treatment plants. It did point to a need for maybe some additional monitoring programs, a number of flood control structures and culverts, and then again, some of your lift stations are also going to be at risk. So those are some of the things that we'll be looking at as we go into the next part of the project. But again, if there's other things that you feel should be a priority, now's the time to do it. Now's the time to get that information to us early in the project so that we have time to develop projects to address those. So in terms of the overall adaptation strategies, we'll be looking at increasing flood capacity, drainage improvements, well and lift station hardening, and then programmatic monitoring. Those are some of the things we kind of know from the vulnerability assessment. But again, we'll take your input in terms of other things that we might want to be looking at.
Madam Chair, I got a question. When you spoke of the lift station, it brought to mind, is a vulnerability the fact that it doesn't have a backup generator?
It can be one of 2 things. So it can sometimes they will flood. So sometimes they're in an area where they'll be inundated, and then you'll get water that you don't want in the sewer system, or it can be loss of power. Yeah, generally lack of backup generator.
Thank you.
And some of those are going to be more critical than others just because of how much area they serve. So our next steps then are kind of things that we talked about. We kind of look back to the vulnerability assessment results to guide us. One of the big things that we will work with you on is what are your priorities. You can appreciate that list of how many high priorities there are. We can't address all that. So what are the ones that you really want to tackle pretty early on? We'll have more public meetings on this, more presentations, and then of course a final report. So any other questions as we move forward?
Do you know when they open up the grants for remediation of these risks?
I believe the window is usually July. Is that right? Yeah. It has changed a little bit over the years, but I think they've consolidated both the planning grants and implementation grants. I believe the window starts in July 1st and is open for 90 days. Yeah.
Has it been ongoing previous to this July?
Yes. Yeah. So the program started in 21, and then the funding has changed over the years. Right. In some of the early years, there were some federal dollars that were able to be funneled into it, and so the state was actually able to fund it at a higher level than they had anticipated. So that was good. This coming year, it's going to be a little less than it has been in the prior years. So it will vary from year to year. But again, your planning grants are 100%, so no county match, and the implementation grants are 50% match.
50?
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Is the final report going to include estimates of dealing with all these risks? Or not?
Yeah, well, you talk about the cost of dealing with the risks?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so one of the things that we would want you to get from this is for these plans to be grant ready. So everything that you need for that grant submittal, we hope to have that, we should have that in the adaptation plan. So it's going to be very easy to go from plan to grant.
And when's the final report due?
Do you recall? February?
27?
Yes.
I remember doing this in Orange Park, and that final report included an estimate of what all the projects would cost. Staggering, is all I can say, is staggering.
Yes. Yeah, particularly for these, as you look out to 2070 and the projections for even much higher rainfall, it's things that aren't a problem now, become a problem in the future.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Very good. All right. Okay, so I'm glad we're going to do this now. There's no clapping allowed in here. So they'll have the rules on the screen. We have to maintain order, so please don't clap. No, you might be excited about
That might be the first stormwater guy that ever got a clap.
That's really, yeah, that is a big deal.
Good job, man. Good job.
Not good news.
Okay, we are going to move on to constitutional officers, and we have the sheriff here. Do you have anything, ma'am? And I think that's all. Tara's not here. All right, very good. And then we will move on to approval of minutes. We have 2 different minutes to approve.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes of our workshop, which was June 9th, 2026.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
And second motion I'd like to make is approval of the minutes from our commission meeting on June 9th as well.
Second.
Motion is second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Very good. All right, we will move on to our first public comment. This portion of the agenda is designed to allow citizens an opportunity to bring matters to the attention of the board. At this time, the board will not engage in debate or answer questions. You may email askclay@claycountygov.com and staff will address your questions, or you may email your district commissioner. Public comment cards are conveniently placed at the meeting room entrance and should be submitted to the clerk on the far left of the dais. You are to limit your comments to 3 minutes. Before addressing the board, please state your name and address. Now I'd like to open the first public comment period at today's meeting. And the rules are back on the screen there for everyone. We have our first public comment cards. Helena Cormier will be our first one.
Good afternoon. My name is Helena Cormier, and my address is on file. I just want to say thank you so much. From the bottom of my heart, everything with Rolling Hills and serving on the CDD in there, and everything that y'all and the staff and everybody had to help us work together. We did find out at our June meeting that we did have all the land conveyed, and by the grace of God, that was just a miracle and a lot of hard work. I do covet your prayers, as my seat was uncontested, so I will get to serve another 4 years in Rolling Hills, and we have 2 open seats that did not get filed and qualified, and so just pray for us that we will have 2 residents that will join us in trying to continue moving our community forward. We are at that spot now that we should be able to develop all of our pocket parks and just move forward, and so thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, and I have Rich Klinsman. Are you sure you want to speak at the public comment?
Hi, Rich Klinsman, 1985 Temecula Trail, Middleburg. Normally, I would wait for the AI data thing to come up and participate with. I think most people here are against. And but I just got out of the hospital again, and I'm tired, and I just wanted to unite with everyone else that I'm against this data center, primarily because they're untested, they're all around. People are reporting problems in their towns and counties, and Florida being up and down with drought cycles that cannot be predicted. I understand that these things use way, way more water than we can afford. You know, we're already dealing with a terrible past commission's decision to give our water away to some bottling company, which to me was absolutely ridiculous, and I spoke out against that too. But this is where we are, and having a data center requiring so much more of our natural resources would be a very bad thing. And as I said at the first meeting like this, why stop at a one-year moratorium? Let's not kick the can down the road. Let's just put a stop to it and say, no, we don't want it, please go away. You know, you can use as much kindness as you want, or we can do it my way. I mean, I'm on tap. I'll speak in much plainer language. And that's pretty much what I wanted to cover. Oh, there was one more thing. All of this zoning changes, could we have a moratorium on that too? Because 9 times out of 10, when they change zoning, it's for some ridiculous thing like another Wawa or another car wash. And we really don't need it, especially with water shortages. And certainly with a nod towards better health. We don't need another Wawa. So thank you for listening to me. Have a great rest of the meeting. I'll tune in at home. And thank you.
All right, now I'll go ahead and address you, Rich, and everyone else here, now that that came up. We are not voting on data centers tonight, okay? Regardless of whatever has been on Facebook, I've seen it all. Just to let you know, we, as a commission, had a consensus to put a moratorium on the agenda, and that's what we are here for today, okay? We are not approving a data center. We're not voting down a data center. We are approving a moratorium if it is voted on today. So just in case everybody, I've seen a lot of these comment cards where you're saying you're against it. That is not what you would want to be. I'm pretty sure if you're not wanting data centers, you would be wanting to vote for the moratorium tonight, okay? So when you come up later, I'll be asking you if that is correct on your card or not. But again, we are not voting to approve a data center tonight. So we will move on to consent agenda. Oh, sorry, there was no other public comment card. I didn't have any. Did anybody else have a public comment? Okay. All right, we'll move on to consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
I'll move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes 5-0. And next, we will move on to discussion update, discussion of amendment to the Clay County Home Rule Charter, Section 2.3, Executive Branch to eliminate or modify subsection D, Commission Auditor. So, Courtney, did you want to speak to this, or?
No, the item was added at the direction of the board from the last board meeting. Attached as backup is the language that's currently in the charter. And if you would like, if the board would like any amendments made to that, it would have to be adopted by ordinance and then forwarded to the supervisor of election to be on the ballot for the November election.
I think that was my recommendation, that we talk about that with the recent change or resignation. And in my opinion, my crystal ball is not all that clear for the future. And there are some duties that I'm not sure we need a commission auditor, but there are some other duties that are responsibilities and duties that I think we ought to look at in the future. And so my recommendation is not to do anything with that charter amendment or charter initiative to change the charter on the auditor position.
Is that a motion?
I'll treat that as a motion to leave it as it stands.
I'll second the motion. I'm in agreement. I think there could be a lot of use for, and I understand the clerk of the court and comptroller, Tara Green, couldn't be here today. She's at the clerks conference. And I'm sure she talked to the rest of you. She talked to me. I understand her concerns about the public's understanding of the role of the commission auditor is different than the role that the constitutional amendment, Amendment 10 from, I think it was 2018, went into effect in 2020, which the financial oversight of the county belongs with the comptroller's office and the inspector general that reports with the clerk. And we completely respect that. But I think there's other things that the role could do for us. I had a conversation, the county manager was telling me that Richard, the engineering department, had a bucket truck in their budget for next year, and the county manager challenged him on it. You already have a bucket truck. Why do you need this one? Well, this one's taller, and there's things we can't reach. And he said, well, the county manager said, well, I'm not going to approve it. You have to figure out a better way. And so Richard found that they can, when they need it, they can lease it for a certain amount of time, and so it saves a whole bunch of money. That's something that I was talking with the county manager. I think that there are probably a lot of those kinds of instances that our staff is, we are lean, we're hardworking, nobody's doing anything wrong, but there are opportunities, I think, that role could go and find that are way more in the weeds than and it's not waste, abuse, and fraud that the clerk's office would investigate, just opportunities to be more efficient with the taxpayer dollars. But I don't think we have time to explore that, to think about what we want to say, to educate the voters if we were to change the title or something like that, to put on the ballot. Because what my concern was also is if we put it on the ballot to change the title and the voters say no to that, then what happens? And I'm not really sure. So I don't feel like it's the time to fill it, since we don't know what the future with the budget situation is going to be and that kind of thing. But I am in agreement with Commissioner Rediger.
I could like to make one other comment. And if you've been in Clay County for a period of time, by the way, I think the audit function, it was just changed in 2019, I think, to the clerk's office from the county. There have been issues, if you look at our history books, there have been issues at the clerk's office, there have been issues at the sheriff's office, there have been issues on the commission. So I think it's prudent just to, keep our powder dry, so to speak, and look to see what the future portends. And there are options for us to, and I'll talk about it during my comments, options for a position similar to the auditor that we might be able to use in the future. May be able to use that position for in the future. So.
Yeah, I just have a question. So my question's for Courtney. So if let's say we put a pause on this right now and don't necessarily hire an auditor, but after we figure out the financial future, like after Christmas, right, we'll have a better view of what's going to happen. If we were to fill the position and then adjust the job description, would that have to go on the 28 ballot, or you wouldn't be able to once you hire that employee?
So
Let me say, I've already looked at the job description. I think it would accommodate just about anything I can perceive, but we can talk about it further. The job description as it exists today. So there would be no change required.
So the job description and the charter verbiage are not the same, is what you're saying. Like there is a job description that's not, the charter piece is the function of the position, but not the job description.
All right.
And we have latitude to work within the job description, is what you're saying, Jimmy.
So, and what happened when, after Amendment 10 is that the job description, was modified in order to meet the reduction in the description of that job. So the board, eliminated many of the commission auditor duties that were actually now the clerk's function. So the job description that the auditor was working on was already refined. The charter has a editor's note in it that indicates that you need to look at the effect of Amendment 10 in looking at that. So the county at the time, went and took the steps to make sure that in developing the job description that it did not infringe on the Amendment 10 requirements.
Okay. Yeah, and I agree with you, Commissioner Condon. I think that the position has tremendous value to the taxpayer in terms of not dollars and cents, but in terms of operational savings. And during our last budget workshop, we all came up with some pretty creative ideas with IT and those types of things. This person would be able to present to the board, hey, if you do X, this is what it will look like budgetarily for Y, which is something that, the clerk's office does give us support, but not to that level of detail. So I'm in favor of the same thing as well.
Okay. All right, so I have a motion and a second.
Sorry. What was your motion?
To not change not forward a charter amendment for the auditor position.
Gotcha. Okay. Yep.
Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. All right, we'll move on to old business, appointment of canvassing board members for 2026 primary election. Courtney.
I've been working along with the supervisor of election to work through the statutory requirements due to the fact that currently none of our board can serve on the canvassing board. So in connection with the statute, what actually happens is that in light of the fact that neither the chair nor the other four of you can serve, what has to happen is an appointment of a substitute member is required. Under the statute, that occurs by Chief Judge Day. So I've been in communication with his staff, and they will be working on an administrative order in order to effectuate that. The person that has agreed to serve as that substitute member, which is really serving in the chair's place, is Judge Timothy Collins. Under the statute, also there needs to be an alternate member because none of the board can also serve as the alternate member. That, under the statute, defaults and the actual chair of the board appoints that alternate member. And we have been in communication with Kurt Musser, who has served on the Charter Review Commission, and he is available to serve on those dates. And that would be who I believe staff would recommend you appoint as your alternate member. So before you, in conjunction with the statute, would be the request to agree to have Judge Collins appointed by Chief Judge Day as the substitute member for the chair to serve on the canvassing board with Kurt Musser as the alternate member. And this would only be for the 2026 primary election. We will be coming back to you for the actual general election.
Okay, go ahead. Oh, is there a motion?
Yeah, move approval of Judge Collins with Kurt Musser as the alternate.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. All right, we're going to move on to our standby.
I have a new joke if you want me to tell you a new
Go ahead,
joke.
please.
So why is milk the fastest liquid on the planet?
Why, Betsy?
Because it's pasteurized and before you know it.
That was a good one. All right.
You want to fill one more?
Yeah, go ahead.
What did one traffic light say to the other traffic light?
What?
Don't look now, I'm changing. That's from a 10-year-old granddaughter.
And we have some new traffic lights in our county.
And it's 5 o'clock, all right.
All right, we're moving on to 5 o'clock time certain. 14, public hearing to consider PUD 25-0009 in my district, rezoning to change 2.46 acres from commercial recreation district to planned commercial development district. And this item was continued to the July 7th, 2026 Planning Commission meeting.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. The applicant is still working to refine the documents for the PCD, and it was continued at the Planning Commission to next month, July 7th, and staff and the applicant would like to ask that it be continued to the July 28th meeting to come before you.
All right. Can I have a motion?
I'll move approval of the,
Oh, I'm still doing a public
I'm
hearing.
sorry.
Okay. All right, I will open the public hearing. Anyone like to speak? Close the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to approve the continuance to the July 7th, is that what you said?
28 for us.
28th, okay.
Second.
All right, motion and a second to continue. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. All right, so if you are speaking on number 15 or 16, you will need to be sworn in. So if you want to speak for 15 or 16, please come to the center of the room. Nope. Nobody is. Okay. All right. It's 15 and 16.
Oh.
It's just rezoning, it's not for the, yep.
Okay. All right, number 15, final public hearing to consider comp 26-0007, PUD 26-0003, and zoning 26-0010 in Commissioner Scrumlow's district. With Beth.
All right. Thank you again, Madam Chair. This item was heard by the Planning Commission at their meeting earlier in the month. The applicant for these three applications is David Winter, Winter Investments. The property is located at College Drive, north of Brickyard Road. It's located within the planning district, the Oakleaf-Brandon Ridge Planning District. It's in Commission District 1, Commissioner Scrumlow's district. And the several different applications involved here. The Comp Plan Amendment 26-7 will change half an acre from commercial to UC10. The PUD 26-3 application will amend the PCD to remove that half acre. Zone 2610 will change that half acre to AR. The map on the left is a location. You can see it's the east side of College Drive, north of 220. It's right there at Brickyard Road. Because this has moving parts, I've got an extra little graphic for you. The current PCD is the red box. The applicant is requesting to reduce the size of the red box and create two separate parcels. The left parcel with the blue would be the future PCD moving forward. The right portion, which is the green portion, would be a residential lot. This is the list of people that were notified regarding these three applications and the signage. And we'll start with the PUD application to amend the PCD. So the location of all parcels, you see that on the left. It's got PS1 to the north of it, and the current designation is the PCD is the yellow with the hatch. The map on the right, you'll see would be changed to a much smaller PCD, reducing that by that residential parcel that he wants to take out. The PCD requires that there be a site plan as well as a written narrative to describe the conditions of the development. It would be reduced by 1.44 acres. I'm sorry, the total currently is 1.44 acres. It would be reduced to 0.9 acres. And the amendment would remove 7,000 square feet of general retail and potential museum use from the potential development. And it would be limited to one 3,500 square foot building to house a contractor or professional business office with a maximum building height of 35 feet. As far as the comp plan amendment, that parcel that's being cut out is currently commercial, so it would need to be changed to a residential designation. On the right is the Urban Core 10 designation that it would go, and you see it's further east and surrounding somewhat is also residential, Urban Core 10. And this is the final component, which is rezoning that half-acre parcel. Would be rezoning it to AR so that it could be developed as one single residence. Staff has reviewed the criteria for the comprehensive plan and both rezonings and found that the applications have met the requirements and recommend approval of all three applications. The Planning Commission voted 6-0 to recommend approval of all three applications at their June 2nd meeting. The Oakleaf Brandon Ridge CAC did not have a quorum when they had these items come before them in May, so there is no action by them. And that is all I have. The applicant is here if you have some questions I'd like to answer, have him answer.
Applicant would like to speak? Hello.
Hello, I'm David Winter. The reason for the change of plans was because of the cost of the underground site work. It was used to be priced at about $250,000 to $300,000 an acre. Well, when I got the proposals back, it was $800,000 and $1 million. So I could not move forward with what it was. So that's why I decided to split it up and do a residential home in the back, and then it'll be less cost to do the site work on the front half. That's the reason why I'm trying to do this.
Mr. Winter, the planned office building, what's the tenant? Is it your personal business? What's the?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is your personal business?
ADW Construction.
Okay. So you're building your own office space?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I got.
Okay. And the residential lot is for your personal home?
No, sir.
No? Okay, I thought I read that.
There's several houses to the right, and that's why I thought it would be a good fit to put a
On
residential.
Brickyard?
Pardon?
On Brickyard Road?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The address is actually Brickyard Road, not College, on both pieces.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? I will take a motion.
Courtney, do we have to bring
Sorry, public hearing, sorry.
all three?
You need to do separate
Okay.
votes for all three.
All right, I'm gonna do a public hearing first, okay?
Thanks, David.
I'm opening the public hearing. Anyone like to speak on this? Was there any ex parte disclosures, anyone?
I spoke to 2 residents.
Anyone else? Okay. All right, public hearing. Close public hearing.
Now you're good?
Yep, bring it back to the board.
I'll move approval of item 15A, the comp plan amendment.
Second motion.
All right, motion and a second for A. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'll move approval for item 15B, the PUD 26-0003.
Second motion.
Motion is second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And C.
Move approval of item C, the zoning change 26-0010.
Second motion.
Motion is second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, passes 5-0. Thank you, sir. All right, we'll move on to 16, final public hearing to consider adoption of comp 26-0005 and zoning 26-0007 in Commissioner Scrumlow's district with Doty.
Good evening.
This item, it's a small-scale amendment. It is applicable to one parcel that is on the west side of College Drive. It's opposite Bellhaven Drive. The applicant is Courtney Gaver with Rogers Towers. This is in the Oakleaf Brandon Ridge Planning District, which is District 1, Commissioner Schmoe. The applicant has two applications before us. We have Comp 260005, which would change the future land use designation from Urban Core 10 to commercial, and Zone 26-7, which would change the zoning from agricultural residential to heavy business district 4. So signs were posted and mailings went out to all the parcels within 250 feet of the subject parcel. And I've added this little slide to hopefully give you a little additional information. The subject parcel is always centered in our maps, and it cuts off the fact that the subject parcel, which is the red hatch on this map, is owned by an individual who owns the two parcels immediately to the north. So they're also outlined in red on this map, and our subsequent maps cut off some of that northern part of the property. The business that he owns is on the northernmost triangular shaped parcel. So when we bring the aerial up in just a moment, I can show that to you, but it does cut off part of it, but I wanted to give you the overall area. So you can see in the aerial of the left, the subject site that we're discussing this evening as far as the actual application applies to just the yellow hatched area. But the parcel to the north, almost at the very top of the screen, you can see the parking lot, and then literally at the top of the screen, you can see a building, and that is his actual business location. So on the left is the current future land use. It is that brown color is the Urban Core 10, red is commercial. On the right is the proposed change for this parcel to commercial, which would match the other two parcels that he owns, as well as the ones across the street. And these are the zoning maps. On the left, we have the current. Again, it's that green color is the ag residential. And on the right is the proposed, which is the change to BB4, which again matches the two parcels that he already owns to the north, and also two parcels across the street are BB4. The item was scheduled to be heard by the Oakleaf Brandon Ridge CAC on May. However, there was no quorum, therefore the meeting did not take place. On June 2nd, the Planning Commission heard this item. They voted 6-0 to recommend approval. Staff has looked at the criteria for both the comprehensive plan and the rezoning, and recommends approval of both items. And the applicant is here and has a presentation for you if you would like that next, or I can answer questions. Any questions? All right, hello.
Good evening, Courtney Gaver with Rogers Towers, 1301 River Place Boulevard. I'll keep it quick because I know you have a packed agenda, but I just wanted to put some names and faces with this application. So I represent Linmore One, which is an entity that's owned by Eric and Teresa Linton. They're over here in the corner. If you don't have the pleasure of knowing them, they have operated T&M Electric for many years in the county, and they've been at this specific location since January of 2006. So essentially, just to reiterate, there's a little over 14 acres that are currently owned. If you look at the Google Street View, that northernmost parcel is where the current building is, and then the middle parcel, some of it is developed with some of the storage and parking. And so essentially, what Mr. and Ms. Linton are asking for is to get the current land use and zoning designation for future expansion. They are a pretty large company. They employ over 150 people here. And so this is to allow them to, God willing, expand in the future. So we're here if you have any questions, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Anyone?
Yeah, Dodie, what are the other uses for BB4?
One moment, I have those. So BB4 includes auto body shops, tire sales and service, rugs, wholesale sales rooms, commercial parking lot, boat and motor RV, sales and service, hay and feed, processing, fertilizer stores, flea markets, wholesale bakeries, lumber yards, building material sales, shops performing custom work in electrical, plumbing, sheet metal, heating, ventilation, air conditioning, pest control, fabrication of goods using components manufactured elsewhere and brought to the site, landscaping and lawn service, wholesale plant nursery. And
Thank you.
you're welcome. Good.
All right, I'm gonna open the public hearing. Anyone like to speak? Close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. No. All right, we'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Madam Chair, I'll move approval, and then I just have a comment after.
I have a motion,
Second motion.
motion and a second, go
Yeah.
ahead.
I just want to first commend T&M Electric. You guys do a really, really good job of making sure that your building is presentable. I drive by this parcel every single day, and I commend you for being great stewards in our community. And I'm happy to help, with the expansion because you do things the right way. You employ people in our county, and this is a really good thing for you and for our community. I just wanted to say thanks.
Two votes?
Yeah. This is, my motion for approval is the comp. Item 16A, that was the motion. Yep. All right.
And I too would like to say how wonderful these two people are. I've known them for years, long time. Eric actually led my kids, taught my kids in Sunday school and Wednesday night, and Teresa, of course, right by his side. And they also have brought so many young people to work for them, to teach them the skill. And I just love them, and and we're so blessed to have them in our community. So we have a motion and a second, and all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, and that any opposed? None. Passes 5-0.
And then I'd like to move approval of item 16B, the zoning 26-0007 for approval.
Second motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No opposed. Passes 5-0. Very good. Thank you. All right, so we will move on to 17. Final public hearing to consider adoption of Comp 26-0006 in Commissioner Condon's district with Doty again. 18.
The applicant for this item is Scott Ennis with Meritage Homes. The property is at the northwest corner of Long Bay Road and Sunrise Farms Road. Now, this is also in the Oak Leaf Brandon Ridge Planning District, which in this case is under Commissioner's District 4, Commissioner Condon. There are two parcels involved. The application would change the future land use designation of a total of just under 28 acres on these two parcels from Brandonfield Community Center and Brandonfield Rural Suburbs to Brandonfield Master Plan Community and Brandonfield Primary Conservation Network. So signs were posted on the property, and mailouts went to all of the properties within 350 feet of the subject site, which necessitated two lists of residents' names. On the map on the right, we have a parcel map, and I just wanted to draw your attention to the outline is in red of the two parcels. So we have the one on the right that is adjacent to Long Bay Road. The application affects the entire parcel, whereas the parcel on the left, there's a large portion of it is just left white. That's not part of this application. The part that is hatched that's a 12-acre piece of the parcel that is part of this contract with Meritage Homes. On the left, you can see the yellow outline is the subject area. So on the left is the current land use designations. The pink is the Brandonfield community center, which is a medium-high residential density use. It's also a mixed use, so it allows commercial. The left parcel is the Brandonfield Rural Suburbs, which is more of a low residential density. The green that you see is the primary conservation network. There's a small portion on that parcel on the left. The parcel or the map on the right shows you the proposed change, and I'm going to move on to, I have a blow up of that site. It's a little easier to see on the next slide. So here you can see that the primary conservation network is proposed to be expanded in two directions on this site. The brown color is the master plan community, which is a designation that is a medium density residential only use. And then the remaining portion on the very far left of the screen is the rural suburbs part of the property. The allowed under the current future land use designations, in terms of residential density for the properties for this subject area, the minimum required is 163 units, up to a maximum that would be allowed of 335. Based on the change of the land use that is proposed, that would change to a minimum required of 126 units up to a maximum of 263. The applicant has provided a site plan, a conceptual one that is what they are intending to develop, and that comes with a 126 unit total. And this is that proposed site plan. The residential lots and streets are in the purple. You can see there's one street that comes in off of Long Bay all the way out the right of the screen, and then exits down onto Sunrise Farms. And then the purple in the center has one access off of Sunrise Farms. It's essentially a large circle with a recreation area all the way to the left. So the Oakleaf Brandon Ridge CAC heard this item on June 1st. They voted 4-2 to recommend approval with the suggestion that the minimum lot width be increased to 45 feet. The reason for that is that the code requires two different lot sizes. The applicant has proposed 34 feet and 44 feet as the two different sizes. Those meet the code requirement. The Planning Commission heard the item on June 2nd. They voted 3-3 on a motion to recommend approval. Because that vote was a tie, there is no recommendation. Staff looked at the criteria for the comprehensive plan amendment and determined they've been met and it recommends approval of Comp 26-6. The applicant is here and has a presentation for you, unless you have questions for me. All right, have the applicant. Okay.
Good afternoon. Let me make sure I know how to use this. First off, Dodie, thank you for that. That was comprehensive and informative. My name is Scott Ennis. I'm the Forward Planning Manager at Meritage Homes. And I'm excited to talk to you today about this. It's something that we've worked on for a while now. And after getting a lot of feedback, I am confident that it addresses the concerns that we've heard. This is, as Dodie stated, a density reduction. I know that catches people off guard a little bit when a developer or a builder comes in and wants to propose less homes. But that is what we're talking about, and I'll get into all the details. But first, a little background, if I know how to use this clicker. There we go. Okay, so there's the site. Northwest corner of Long Bay Road and Sunrise Farms Road. There it is again. You can see there's some development in the area in the recent past. You've got 140 20-foot wide townhomes. Those have the same land use as the current land use of the site. And just this really exemplifies the growth that has been happening. It's following Landing, it's following the First Coast Expressway, and that is all really being driven by the land use map. You see our site there outlined in the light blue, BFCC and BFRS. BFCC is a very high-dense land use, and BFRS is less so. The reason why we want to reduce density is really twofold, and let me show you here. So the struggle that we have with the site is that BFCC has a minimum density, 8 units per acre, which would require two things that we don't want to do. It will require you to build townhomes. In fact, it doesn't even allow single-family detached, which is why you've got townhomes across the street. So you're required to do townhomes. We'd prefer to do single-family detached. And it would also, because that minimum is so high, you'd have to impact most of the wetlands on that right parcel. We also want to minimize wetland impacts. So our proposed solution is this, as Dodie outlined, putting most of the land in BFMPC. You would put 7 acres of wetlands into conservation, BFPCN, that's 7 new acres. And you reduce that density. So then your minimum density is 6 units per acre, which gets you to 126 units. If there's concern about us not following the 126 units, we're happy to sign a development agreement, developer agreement. All we're proposing is 126. That would be the minimum. Those are 34-foot and 40-foot wide lots. There's a lot of other benefits, so I'd like to outline those. I mean, the overarching story is here we're reducing density, but it's worth highlighting some of these other items. So as I mentioned, there's 7 acres of wetlands that go into conservation, so those could never be developed. There is a right-of-way dedication that we would be doing along Long Bay. That's for the Sun Trail. That's a network of it's non-motorized. I'm trying to remember what the acronym is. It's basically a shared use path, something non-motorized, shared use, non-motorized, I think. So that's a network throughout Florida of shared use paths. That's already planned by the county. You probably all are aware of it. So it runs along Long Bay there on the eastern side of the property. We would be dedicating 25 feet for that. And then on the bottom there, you see Sunrise Farms Road runoff reduction. This gets a little nuanced, but I'll walk you through it. So to the west of us, there's another site. It's a rather unpopular RV campground that's being developed. We're not a part of that. I bring it up because right now they have a developer agreement to pave Sunrise Farms Road. They are out of compliance with their developer agreement. If they stay out of compliance or if they just walk away from their site, whatever, I don't know what their plan is. If Sunrise Farms Road is not paved by the time that our project comes in and goes through, what do you call it? I'm blanking.
DRC?
Yes. We would be required to pave it. The reason I didn't just write pave Sunrise Farms Road, which I had previously written on there, is that if they get into compliance and pave the road, then we wouldn't be paving it. Regardless, they are not obligated to provide drainage for it. And we're prepared to receive that drainage into our site and reduce runoff from Sunrise Farms Road. Flooding is a major concern in this area. I totally respect that. Before I worked for Meritage Homes, and still am a licensed professional engineer, 70% of what I did was drainage design. So I have an eye for the drainage. I completely respect it. Permits require you to reduce runoff from your own site, period. We would certainly be doing that. And as a measure of good faith, we would also accept runoff from Sunrise Farms Road. So these are just additional benefits that we believe help meet some of the community's concerns. There they are listed again. There would also, of course, be an active recreation park per county requirements. Drainage, I don't really want to speak to it too much. Just believe me when I say We will follow all of the requirements, the laws. The Water Management District requires you to reduce runoff from your site for the 25-year, 24-hour storm. We would do that. We would, of course, meet all of FEMA's requirements, Clay County's requirements. So we will be reducing runoff and reducing flood concerns. I know that's a very big concern in the area. Our engineer, Peter Maas here from ETM, he can speak to that more. We take flooding very seriously. The school and traffic capacity, I just want to bring this up because I think it gets brought up a lot, and this is something per the county's process that is taken care of during permitting, which happens after land use. So of course we will follow all of the county's requirements for concurrency, the school board's requirements, whatever impacts the county deems need to be mitigated for, be it a turn lane, be it a light, whatever, we would do all of those requirements. So we are fully aware of those needs. Someone's probably going to ask about a traffic study. The traffic study is done after land use, so we don't have it yet, but whatever the traffic study, whatever the impacts are found to be, we would handle them through the concurrency process. Question that often comes up is, well, why don't you want to just do the townhomes? You can do them right now with the current land use. The big thing for us is that you get a much better home value from a single family home. It's better for the homeowner, and it's better for the adjacent property values. So we believe it's better for the community. We believe going to this reduced density steps the land use. So you've got 20-foot wide townhomes across Long Bay. You've got 1 acre lots across Sunrise Farms Road. This is somewhere in between. So this is us trying to respect the community, trying to step it. And we believe it's a reasonable approach. So here we are again. It's a density reduction. I just want to highlight that as much as I can. And I do want to point out, you know, the community comes up and speaks. I know that they will. We're committed to this site. People ask me, well, what happens if you just don't get the land use? You know, will you just go away? And the answer is no. The site is developable right now. We want to put single-family homes in. We want to put a reduced number, but we are committed to the site. The property owners are committed to selling the site, and we want to find something that works well for the community and be good partners. That's why we're proposing this, and that's why we're here today. If we weren't proposing a land use, you just go in for permits right now. But we're trying to work with the community and find something that we can all be happy with. That's it. I'm happy to take questions.
What are your thoughts on the Planning Commission's recommendation of 45-foot?
That was the CAC.
CAC, yeah.
It won't work. We won't. Think through my answer. Well, I know it won't be feasible because the costs we have to cover. So, for example, if we have to pave Sunrise Farms Road, put in the drainage in for Sunrise Farms Road, and then on top of that, the current property, when property like I'm not an appraiser, but generally speaking, when property is appraised, the value takes into account the current land use. That current land use allows 300-something homes. So the price you pay for the current property reflects putting on 300-something homes. So it becomes unfeasible for us, is a short answer.
Is it also true that it's cheaper, it's also it's more affordable for you because of not going into as many wetlands, correct? With this way?
There is a trade-off, yes. Reducing wetland impacts is important and does save money, yes.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, thank you. I'm going to open a public hearing. I have Amber Crosby first, and next will be Stephen Van Bloom for this.
see this? Can they see the?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for our time to speak today.
Hold on
I have
just
a-
a second. Okay. We want you to be able to see your lights.
Okay. Yes, please. Can I start?
You can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Amber Crosby. I live, or do you have my address on file? I spoke to the Planning Commission in opposition of rezoning this property, but at the time I was unaware of its current zoning for over 300 units. A development that size would be absolutely devastating to the surrounding area and the people who live there, putting profit and future tenants over the livelihoods of the people who currently live there. The promising features of this rezoning is the addition of conservation status and the downsizing and density for this area. I want to also echo my previous statements on the consequences of covering natural runoff and wetlands with fill dirt that does not act as a sponge in the same ways that the natural wetlands do. Most of these retention ponds only collect and hold rainwater that falls into that space. They are usually higher than the surrounding areas where there are still active wetlands and flood zones, while also chopping up the natural corridor along Black Creek for the wildlife coming in and out of Jennings State Forest. The creek itself still relies on some rain runoff, which we are essentially blocking with scattered holes in the ground that are lined with non-absorbent fill dirt. Again, moving the flood zones around to areas that may have only been mild or non-existent before. And this area in particular is one of those major flood relief zones for the people who live there now. On a side note, the Brandon Field Master Plan was designed and modeled over a few years that also happened to be drought and dry in this area, resulting also in multiple forest fires within the master plan area in 1998, and 2000 to 2001 was ranked among most intense, widespread, and longest lasting droughts in Florida history, which is when this master plan was modeled. So the people who were working on this master plan were looking at an area that was dry. It wasn't in its current normal state and wet. And then soon after that was followed by Walmart, Home Depot, and St. Vincent's, and then also Azalea Ridge. Please understand, we may not get another chance to downsize this parcel of land with density, let alone add to the conservation land. Moreover, more protections need to be put in place for wetlands and keeping the wildlife portions interconnected and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Van Bloom? And next we'll have Joseph Tomalini. Love your shirt. Awesome.
Thank you. Steve Van Bloom, I live in Cameron Oaks. Thank you for the shirt. This today is actually National Flamingo Day, so yay, Florida. Steve Van Bloom, live in the Cameron Oaks neighborhood. I wanted to speak about this about this development. I think this is a great idea with the extension of the conservation and keeping an eye on with the environment and with an idea of reducing units. That's an awesome idea. That you win hearts and minds with that. However, this plan is a poison pill. You can't sell me this this idea that we're going to have suburban residential with trailer park sized lots. Now, if you built this in, say, like Oakleaf, or maybe like in Middleburg, like in the actual cities where it's busy, or even in Jacksonville, that will fit just perfect. But if you drive down the street, you're going to see farmhouses, ranch houses, houses on acres with space around them for whatever multiple use that they want to use for agricultural or what have you. I would be rather, I'll use PC words, upset if I were a neighbor had to live across the street from this. If you look across the street from where they're trying to build this, they're all large homes, and it's actually a very attractive neighborhood. And in the residential suburban, it talks about density, one house per 5 acres as high as one house per 1 acre. And it's consistent with, I'm paraphrasing here, but it's consistent with country setup. So if you look at that to what they're trying to build, this is a poison pill for their idea. And like I said, I commend them for trying to reduce it and make it fit, but you're trying to fit a square into a round hole, and it's not really going to fit. Now, I know that they've acknowledged across the street from them they have townhomes. I didn't really look too much in that, but if you look in the water situation with this property, right now we're in a drought, and we're really dry right now. But if you look on Google Maps, and you drive down the street in Google Maps, and you look onto this property, go back, you could set it where it goes back to previous years. And I went back pretty far back. I don't remember the dates, but I want to say 2008, 2009, somewhere right around there. I may be wrong, but right around there. That land was wet. It was just water. It was muddy. It was wet, and now it's looks pristine, probably to build all over. But when we get water, we're all expecting water to come back here soon. This is going to be disastrous, especially for the people who live on the west and north house areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Bloom. Joseph Tomalini, and then we have Patricia Fernandez.
Hello and good evening. Ma'am, I printed out some pictures if you don't mind. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Good evening. My name...
I got 'em.
I passed them up there. Sorry. Good evening. My name is Joe Tomalini of 3973 Sunrise Farms Road. My wife and I own and operate the small family farm across the street from this property where we raise cattle, horses, pigs, and chickens, and a farm stand, which serves the community sourdough and other treats, many of which you all have been there. For the map reference, that green line, if you look just south of that green line, there's a pentagon-shaped property. It's behind that white. That 7-acre pentagon-shaped property is my farm right there with a pasture on the east that you can see and a pasture to the west. I'm going to start by making my point very simple. If this development proceeds as proposed, it will flood out my farm and 4 other multi-generational farms around it. The proposed plan is going to turn 27 acres of pasture land, which currently absorbs rainwater, into impermeable roads, houses, and driveways. All of this water will run off into the lane of wetlands between the developments, that's that green space, and flow directly into my stream, which goes straight to Black Creek. These pictures taken last night, those in front of you, ma'am, were taken last night, show that exact area after just a couple evenings of rain this week. It already floods and holds water. This picture of the stream ditch in my pasture is full of water during Debbie last year. If my stream had to handle all of the water runoff from the 27 acres across the street, it would most certainly overflow and flood my house and my barn, costing my family everything. It's not just my farm. There are at least 4 other farms in this exact position, Cress, Campbellot, Ray, just to name a few. As soon as we are out of this drought in the coming months, we will be back to our daily rainfall, and my fields will become ponds, my horses' feet will be infected, and my pigs will be in a swampy mess, and my house will certainly flood in the next storm. Currently, the water doesn't quite flood my house, but the next storm, it most certainly will. If we vote yes on this, we are voting to ensure the destruction of not only my farm, but many others around it, which is the exact reason so many people move to Clay County. We love Clay County, and we really believe it's a special place. I want to be very clear, I'm not anti-growth. We have incredible neighbors. I can name you every neighbor on my street, and they're all awesome. I would love to have 10 or 20 or 30 new neighbors across the street. The difference in water drainage from one house on an acre or a half acre or even a quarter acre to 126 houses on 35 by 80 lots is a massive difference in drainage. I know the developer claims that they will buy wetland credits and handle the water, but the wetland credits don't help my property. They're somewhere else, and I don't have faith in their promises from the, believe me when I say, I'm sorry, I don't have faith in that. I am not naive to think that the property across the street will never be developed. However, the current proposal does not match the surrounding area, and will look like a wart in the middle of a beautiful rural town. I want to be very clear. I appreciate the motion to have a less dense than available, But that current proposal is going to completely ruin my farm. Something in between that matches what surrounds it would be awesome. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Fernandez, and then I have Teresa Avalero, I believe it is. Okay, very good. Thank you. And Teresa also? Yes, okay, thank you. We have Adrian Gentry. And then next will be Lindsay Siebert.
How are y'all doing today?
Very good, thank you.
Dr. Adrian A. Gentry, affectionately known as Dr. Real Estate Jacks. So I've spent majority of my career, like looking at property values, looking at communities. The majority of my business is relocation. So when I describe a place like Clay County, I kind of describe it as the new St. John's, where it's growing and it's exploding. And we're seeing more growth than we've seen in the last 3 years than we've probably seen in 20, 30 years. And I wanted to look at this proposal and look at the review and realizing that the density that it's going to, one, happen, two, the density that they have, the density reduction has added grave benefit to the area. And I know everyone here, I understand about his farm. I know nothing about farms. I grew up in the city. I understand that a lot of people have fear of development. And the first thing when you hear it, you think about the amount of people that are coming in town. You're thinking about the amount of traffic and the headache that it's going to create. I just wanted to stand in and say, as a realtor, as a person who moves people here all the time, looking at this area and the growth that could potentially happen inside of it, I'm looking at a builder that I've seen do much more than I've seen majority of builders do inside of this city or this area in the Northeast Florida area. And I'm talking about the type of homes that they built aren't the ones that's going to push over in the next couple of weeks. They pay attention to what they're doing as far as land use, as far as construction of that property. They step in and they do things like blown-in installation, conditioned attics. So it's not as if I'm looking at a builder who wants to build a property just to sell them. I'm looking at a builder that's building a property that's going to last. And I think it's a part of the growth that's happening inside of Clay County that will continue to happen inside of Clay County. And I'm excited about what they're doing there. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Lindsay Siebert?
Do you want to grab our pictures?
Oh, this one as well.
Will you tell me when you're ready?
I think I'm ready. Okay.
Oh, that's not right. Okay.
Sorry.
Hold on.
Sorry. I wasn't even done
You're
yet.
done.
I got it. Okay, here we go. I think this is right.
There you go.
Yes, so I am Lindsay Seibert. I live at 2100 Falcon Run Lane South. I live actually on the other side of the very famous RV park. My property runs directly alongside it. If you look at that one picture there, I should have printed out more, but my printer wasn't working actually today. My property, I have a small farm as well, and my pastures are actually flood zone X, which is on the opposite side of my road easement, which my property is kind of divided in half by that. So the back half of my property is flood zone AE, which the creek rises, and that area floods. My neighbors actually get it a lot worse than I do. So far since we've lived there, it's only gotten to our garage and around the side of our house. But the front of my property, where my pastures are, where my goats are, that's all flood zone X, which is supposed to flood maybe like 0.02% chance a year. However, after the deforestation and the landfill that was done next to our property, we've seen like any kind of rainfall. We get at least 6 inches or more. I usually have to put on rain boots just to go out there. We knew that this area was a flood area, so we built our goat forts up, so that way if it does flood, we can, still, they can get up. Goats do not like their hooves getting wet at all. They refuse to come down, so we have to give them breakfast and bed in those kinds of situations. this to say that these wetlands are very important, and not just the wetlands, but the forests that are around them. These trees, they absorb that water. So once you take those out, that water, and build the land up, it floods out. The retention ponds don't hold all the water. It's like trying to expect a volcano to just engulf all of the rain, and that it's not going to flood down on the properties around it. So between that and just, you know, preserving our wetlands, preserving our rural areas and our farms that are surrounding these properties, like this could easily be used for more rural farms and sorry, I'm not used to talking in front of people. And I really had more that I wanted to say, but I feel like I'm probably already running out of time. But yeah, and I did include 2 other maps which show these flood areas. So as you can see on there, like that property is flood zone X along that side. And another member had mentioned you pass by it, you can see there's already sitting water on that side, which is still flood zone X. Like these maps don't really show what it's like to live in these areas. I remember when I actually lived in Orange Park during Hurricane Irma, and I lived in a rural neighborhood, a house that was up on a hill, and it was actually a pretty decent hill, actually. So people at the end of our neighborhood were actually tubing down the road, but the water came like really high up. But because we had those storm drains, that water dissipated so quickly as soon as the rain stopped by like halfway. All these properties around these developments, they don't have that. They have where the water goes. That's what we have. The water trying to make its way back to the creek, or wherever it happens to find a culvert or a ditch to sit. And if that doesn't meet capacity, it's just sitting there and it doesn't go anywhere unless you go out with a shovel and try to move it. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Ms. Seibert. Is there anyone else? Lena?
Helena Cormier, my address is on file. Thank you again for everything that y'all do and all the consideration. I know it's been pointed out that this is in the Brandon Field Master Plan area. And so as we're looking at the Brandon Field Master Plan, you know, whoever designed that, whenever that was designed, that was before my time of paying attention, this land allows a higher density. And so much of that land up at the front could be different and could be the townhomes just like across the street from this area. And so, you know, I do commend Meritage Homes for coming in there and trying to change that layup and trying to reduce that. I don't know if the community fully understands what the master plan living in an area like that does to the dynamics of this area. And so we get so used to what it looks like currently and what is expected when you move in. But unfortunately, and I do apologize for the realtors that do not tell people you are moving into a master plan area, it makes it hard and complicated. And so I do appreciate the reduction in that units. And I hope that the community can understand that. If this was not changed, the front part where the majority of that land could be the townhomes with that higher density that would look totally different. And so that's what we're kind of looking at as y'all are making these decisions. And so I will continue praying for y'all as much as, you know, y'all pray for this community and what y'all have at hand in the decisions that y'all make. So thank you.
Thank you, Lena. Anyone else? You be next. Make sure you fill out a card after.
I will, yes, ma'am. Hey, everybody, my name is Joseph Cunningham. I'm a lifelong Clay County resident. My address will be on file. So I just want to say that I feel like, and I thank the board for your work in voting on this and looking at it. I feel like these developers are almost holding the county hostage in terms of what they're going to build. They've said, well, okay, you don't want to give us our homes, you get townhomes. And that's not a good option. I feel like you can't just destroy the wetlands and then say, all right, well, we're going to take them out. Do you want houses or do you want townhomes? It should be neither. The board needs to adopt more wetland conservation efforts to stop this because it's happening here and then it'll happen there. And then before you know it, we're just in one giant cereal bowl. I had a lot of family in Clay County that got flooded out during Irma in that area, and they were never in a flood zone, and now they are. So the other part about it is residents in that area, what is their flood insurance going to look like? They may not be in a flood zone now, but the next hurricane they may be. So now you're putting, the developer is receiving the rights to build this at the expense of current residents now having to purchase flood insurance that they never had to have before. And I think it's very disrespectful of these developers to come in and treat us this way and, basically say, we're doing you a favor. We're not, we're gonna take the wetlands out, and don't worry, we're not gonna destroy all of it. But if you turn us down, then we're gonna do what we want, and, so I strongly disagree with what this development is. And while I may not live in an area that would be directly affected, this one might happen. Where's the next one gonna be? Is it gonna be down the street from my house? Gonna be straight from your house? We don't know. So it's irresponsible, and I oppose this, and I thank the board for considering this, and I think the board should take more into account of current residents here. Why are we servicing people that don't live here yet while ignoring the people that have been here forever? Thank you.
Thank you. Sir? You can go get a card.
Thank you for allowing us to speak. I'm Mel Fannin. We actually owned the 52 acres that we're talking about here, and the 12 in the front and the 40 in the back. 2 points I wanted to make is we've offered the back 40 to your conservation easement program, and I think it's been approved to go to for you guys to take a look at it. The other issue is the drainage. We've owned the property for about 40 years, and that road, Sunrise Farms, has been unimproved for those 40 years. There used to be storm drainage that crossed Sunrise Farms and went on, so the drainage was a lot better. But every time the county comes in and grades it, that storm drainage gets covered up. So I think once the engineering is done here, you're not going to have the flooding problem, particularly with the unimproved area there. That you see now. So just wanted to make you aware of that. Thank you.
You'll need to do a card too, sir. You can go get a card to give her, please. What's your name?
He doesn't understand.
Mr. Fannin.
Mr. Fannin.
He doesn't have to do a card?
No, he didn't understand what you were saying. Mr. Fannin.
Mr. Fannin, yeah, you're gonna, thank you. All right, sir, go ahead.
My name is Steve McCrandle, and I live 4019 Sunrise Farm Road. The proposed driveway, I think, is going to be right across the street from my house. Biggest concern I have is flooding, the drainage. All that property from the north to the south slopes down towards Black Creek. The last big hurricane we had that flooded Black Creek, water was up the back of my house. The first gentleman that spoke has the farm. That little creek that runs, he's talking about, runs in there, that drainage runs right on my property behind me. What recourse am I going to have when they develop this? How high is the elevation going to be? What recourse am I going to have for flooding, for protection? I got my life in that property. And it's just, I don't feel I have the protection. If they allow stuff like this to happen, when we first moved in, yeah, it's nice and high and dry along the road, along Sunrise Farm Road. But you go back in 100 yards, you're in black muck. The water is right there, and it all runs further up Long Bay. All that property just runs down to Black Creek, and we're right in line with it. And I just don't see promises. I don't see any guarantees. I don't see anything that's going to protect us in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. You'll need to fill out a card too, sir. There's a card in the lobby, right, if you can just get a card to fill it out and give it to them, please.
Okay, I'll need one also. My name is Sheila Cripps. I live at 4025 Sunrise Farms Road. And for many years, I moved in there in 2003, went through Irma. It was the first year we ever had water come in onto our property. But where we are, the land across the street is higher than mine and Steve's, and that is our biggest concern. We understand that, yeah, they can fiddle around with the drainage, but like I explained to Joe the other week, back when, even before Irma, there were times when I could not get to work because the bottom of that road, Sunrise Farms to Long Bay, was totally blocked off from from storms going across, the rain sitting across Sunrise Farms Road, and not being able to get down Country Meadows or Lazy Acre because they were also flooded. It needs to be kept as water conservation area, or maybe small farm, a couple of small farms, but not. I like what they've done there, but not the 126 homes. It will just destroy our whole neighborhood. We've been, even though we don't know many of our neighbors, we're tight. It's a close-knit community. And this will cause a lot of traffic on our road, and as it is right now, it's a dirt road, and the amount of times we see cars go down our road and motorbikes 30, 50 miles an hour, and I'm not exaggerating. And it is just awful. Once that gets paved, who knows what's going to happen? I don't think this should go through. That's all I'm saying. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Card, but I might have had too many items on it. Tracy Daniel, my address is on file. Is that thing it? Do I have to push something?
Nope.
Sure you
Got
go.
it.
Okay. I do not live in this particular area, but I do live in Black Creek right across from the 26-0002. And what I understand is the zoning of this piece, the rezoning, affects all the conservation zoning going down Black Creek on that corridor. I hope I'm wrong, but that's what I'm seeing and that's what I'm hearing. So if that's allowed there, it's just going to be a domino all the way down Black Creek. And it's like, it's just unsustainable. You know, I live right across from that 26.002 and I've routed pictures. There's no way they can put that stuff in there. But anyway, save Black Creek. Once it's gone, it's gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Daniel. Are you coming up, sir?
Yes.
How y'all doing? My name is James Sterling. I live on Joe Johns Road. Got a couple acres out there. And I was up to talk about the whole, 1 year, what do you call it there? Stay of execution, I guess, for the AI development. Ridiculous that we can't just outright ban them, but that's what Tallahassee decided, so whatever.
Go ahead.
But this kind of factors in more to what I wanted to talk about anyway. And that's, they ain't in it for the wetlands or us. They're in it to make money. And I get that. Okay? That's their prerogative. That's their job. They can do it somewhere else. Because this place is special. You understand? Clay County, it's special. Y'all have done, and the guys that came before y'all and girls, gals, whatever, y'all did a great job making this county someplace that in the middle of all of Florida, it still has that small town charm that is just so important to all of us, man. And the important thing, I think, is that you guys focus on what's important to the county that's already here instead of what the county might be if we just keep developing more and more places for people who ain't even here yet to have a life that they're not even understanding yet. They're not, you see what I'm trying to say? So if everybody could just come together at meetings like this, I think you'd hear a lot more stories about how stuff like this will actually have real effects on real people and not just social media posts or, people that you don't interact with unless you see them cut you off in traffic or something like that. There's so much that's so special about this place and Keystone and Middleburg and all these areas that if this type of stuff is able to be passed off as caring about the community, you ain't gonna have a community left to care about. You ain't gonna have nothing left to save. And I think most everybody here and just about everybody else I know would agree with me. I appreciate y'all. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir. You need a card, sir. Go to the back.
He has one.
You already got one?
He has one for 18.
You already,
I know who he is, yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Nancy Pike, 2072 Falcon Run Lane South, Middleburg. I really wasn't going to speak, so this is all thrown together on my phone. I really agree with the owners of the Sunrise Farm project. Developing before you're knowing what's going to happen. Yes, we've got marshy areas. Okay, Lindsay, who spoke before me, I knew the previous owners of that house. They had lived there for over 25 years. They only 3 times had water come on their property. They're 3 acres from the creek. One, of course, was Irma, and a couple other hurricanes where they had minor flooding, like this much water in their raised basement. Now, with the RV park, elevating property, paving over natural drainways, they're getting flooding. We're getting flooding on Falcon Run Lane in X zones on a regular basis with not even a major storm. I mean, you can't just change drain. You can't just pave over Paradise and put a parking lot because you're changing the drainage patterns and putting our homes at risk. As far as the Sunrise Farms development and also the proposed 220 development in Blanding, we have no infrastructure for traffic. Long Bay is, like that. You've got Old Jennings and you've got the cluster that is Blanding Boulevard. It is already a nightmare. I mean, evacuation routes and people, all these people trying to get out, especially new residents who wait for the last minute because, oh, we're going to ride out the storm. It's just going to be crazy. The evacuation route for the RV park, Sunrise Farms, Lazy Acres. Lazy Acres is what? The first road to flood, period. The other exit route would be Sunrise Farms. Again, no traffic infrastructure. And we've also heard on Falcon Run Lane that they're going to punch through and put an evacuation route on Falcon Run Lane, which is the worst dirt road in Clay County, period. There are times when we have a heavy rainstorm, we cannot get out. The hill washes out. It's just natural drainage. We know that. Okay, one more thing. The RV park, they just recently put on their website that they're allowing, or they're putting in a boat ramp. They're allowing all their, 400 some odd people to bring their personal watercraft and launch into Black Creek. We live on the only 180-degree turn in Black Creek, which is completely blind. With sitting on my back porch on the weekends and the weekend warriors who are locals, I see near collisions all the time. This is a completely wooded island in the center. You cannot see boats come around. So let's look to fix the problems before, let's just fix it now before we have to have some disasters happen. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? No. No. Okay. We're closing the public hearing. And I just have to say a couple things. We all live here in Clay County. We love Clay County. We agree with you as far as how wonderful Clay County is. From what I can hear, they can already have 335 homes, correct? 335 units? I mean, I just want to kind of get that straight. That's what I heard. Correct, okay, so you can have 335 townhomes. Is the flooding going to be different with that proposal compared to this proposal? Or how so would it be if that is the case, just for my, because I don't know.
If and we're only looking at the parcel on the right side, okay, that currently has the community center land use that allows that. So if somebody wanted to put the full maximum number of units on the parcel, they would have to impact virtually all of the existing wetlands that are on the site. So yes, it would create a greater drainage issue. Now, every engineer that does a project like this, then submits their civils plans, has to account for that, right? They're required to keep the runoff on the property and treat the same amount that is currently, on the site before they begin development, so that the after effect is the same as the before. But does it always?
Yeah.
I'm not an engineer, can't speak to that.
I'm not sure on the 300. The only part that they could put the townhomes on is the far left purple. Far right purple. Correct?
No, they could put the entire site in
No,
development.
they can't, because this is not the current zoning.
This is the proposed one here.
Please, sir.
Can you go back to your presentation?
Sure, let me just scooch back out of here. Okay, so, yes, so the one on the left is the current.
Okay, and in the current, in the purple,
Mhm.
in theory, they could put how many?
335, I think it was.
But they have all of the credits, all of the size, all of where they would have to do driveways and all of that, you could actually put them on there.
They'll have to go vertically. They'll have to have higher units.
But they can't go higher than 2-story.
Yeah. It could be multifamily. It could be apartments.
So it could
You
be 3-story
Mhm.
apartments.
There's not a height limit, so yes.
With Village Center, with stores, with a store?
You could parcel out, yeah, it's a mixed-use allowance, so there could be commercial on the site. It could be divided up.
So, it was your question, sorry. I'll wait for my.
No, I was done, so I know you probably know more about it than I do, so.
I want to say, Mr. Ennis and Meritage Homes, the realtor who's here, Mr. Jacksonville Realtor. Did he leave? I think he left. He's right. He's right. Meritage Homes is a good builder, and they are good for our community. They are not like some of the other ones that may start with a D and second word starts with an H. But so they build a quality home. So I think we have to be careful about talking about builders and developers and Meritage is from Jacksonville. They're not fly by night. They're not coming in from out of town. And I recognize that this is within the urban service boundary. And no one up here created the urban service boundary, which the urban service boundary is a line that was created, and it basically says that within the urban area, there's enough land to develop for 20 years for the people who need homes. The however is, I would say to anybody who thinks this is a good idea, have you driven out there? Because I do, it's my district. I drive there a lot. I drive down Long Bay a lot. I'm with you on the traffic. And the beauty of this being a land use, is it a comp plan amendment? Comp plan amendment, so we're not looking at zoning or land use, we're not bound to make decisions based on certain criteria. So land use and zoning it could be really boring and really complicated, and a lot of you are like, why does the BCC make decisions they make? And sometimes our hands are tied, and we don't get to make decisions based on things that make sense logically, like traffic.
and flooding and those kinds of things. But we do get to make decisions based on things like compatibility. And one of the residents said, just make it look like the other things that are around. And my friend Steve over here said that too. When you drive, he obviously did go look at the property. He sits on one of our citizen advisory committees, and it matters a lot. In this area, interestingly enough, Sunrise Farms Road, just 6 short years ago, a previous county engineer, it was right before our current wonderful county engineer, Richard Smith, came on board. Our previous county engineer told this was way before I was a commissioner, but told the commissioner and the people who bought the people talk about the North Fork Girl Scout camp, they told them that this area, that they didn't need to pave Sunrise Farms Road because it wasn't going to be developed. So if there's no need to pave the road, just 6 short years ago, nothing has changed. The townhomes that were built across Long Bay from this, I would hope Meritage wouldn't build townhomes, because maybe you can build them and maybe you can build apartments, but those townhomes sat for a long time. And I think maybe now they've started selling, because I've started getting complaints from people, new residents moving in there, complaints about not having services that those of us who live in District 4 appreciate, like not having street lights and it's quiet and not having the traffic. And that's why we live in the country and we have our farms and we have our animals, and we appreciate those. I appreciate my 2 young farmers who came and spoke tonight, because farms are food, and the future of rural Clay County is agriculture. But at any rate, so I respect the proposal to lower the density. I've talked to so many of you, my constituents. I appreciate you coming out tonight. Thankfully, Lake Asbury always shows up, Green Cove shows up. Thankfully, I appreciate Middleburg showing up and letting us know what you think. And so I'm not going to support it because, a former commissioner who sat up here, I didn't always agree with, but he did say one time, you have what you have. I do believe in private property rights. I appreciate the owners coming and saying that they owned it for this long, and I appreciate the right that you have to own your property, to develop your property. Nobody wants to be told, if you own a piece of property, nobody wants somebody else telling them what they can or cannot do with that within the guardrails of the rules. That's why we're going to talk about the guardrails of data centers, because right now we don't have any. So that's what we're trying to work on. But for this, we do have some. I don't love the Brandonville Master Plan. I think in 2006, when they wrote it, they couldn't even imagine what 2026 would look like in Clay County and the number of cars. But I can't imagine, and I can't do the math well, but that's like, what, 350 more or 250 more cars on the road in that area, just at a minimum. If you put 2 cars in a home, all of it just doesn't make sense to me. So I understand that we have what we have today. I just don't think it's the right time to go and change it. Oh, by the way, the purple that's to the south of Sunrise Farms Road that butts up to Long Bay is a working farm. So yeah, it may be purple, and maybe one day it could be high density development, but I just don't see it happening today. So I don't know. A lot of that is purple is farms or very rural properties today, and I understand they have a right to do what they have to do. I just can't support changing it to put 126 homes where they just don't match anything that's out there. So my motion is to deny.
I'll second the motion.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I want to address a minimum density. We referred it from I think it was the Planning Zoning Board or someone to reduce density, but yet it has a minimum density required. Could you address that? I mean, I looked into this, but I think it's worthy to educate everybody about the minimum density in this parcel.
So we have a minimum density requirement in order to kind of spur the type of development that is intended for that district. So this community center is the second highest mixed-use district that we have in the master plan. And it's a minimum of 8 units up to 16. The activity center is higher than that. It's the only one of the districts that is. It is just a bit to the east of this site. You find the activity center around where the hospital and Walmart is, Home Depot at that intersection with Blanding and the First Post Expressway. Community center is intended to serve as kind of a step down away from that highest commercial and residential use. This is still commercial and residential use that's allowed. The minimum requirement we have in place so that the density, in order to have commercial uses, you've got to have a certain amount of residential houses in place or units. And so you need to have enough residential to support that commercial. And commercial is most appropriate where we have these existing transportation routes, which is why activity center is where it is on the map. This is intended as partially commercial, lesser commercial, and townhomes, apartments, condos, something along that level. If you don't have a minimum, what you do is water down the existing land use. And density equals value. In terms of cash value, the actual property value. So in order to have a downtown, you have to have density. So the intent of a minimum is to prevent it from being washed away, essentially, if that makes some sense.
So I just wanted to bring that to light. It's one of the few times you see a minimum density, and I just didn't understand. But the community center, you need rooftops to have commercial and to support the commercial part of the current land use and zoning, so.
Madam Chair. Commissioner Condon said a lot of my comments that I was going to make, but one of the things is, I think it's important for the public to understand this too. I, like Commissioner Condon, totally believe that less government is a good thing in terms of your private property rights. When you buy a piece of property, you do so with a land use and a zoning, and you have a fundamental right to build what you bought. So with that being the case, if they were to build townhomes right now, there's nothing the 5 of us can do. With that being said, in my personal opinion, I feel like if they were going to build townhomes, they would have already done it. So that's a big something that's really puzzling to me. And currently, the density is 0, so I met with Meritage as well, and I suggested 21 single-acre houses. That's something that matches, and there's areas in my district, in District 1, that have beautiful single-acre lots. And I've met some home builders that would love to do that if they had the right parcels, and I think that that's the right thing to do. So with that being said, I can't support it either.
Madam Chair, 2 more things I wanted to just address that came up that we didn't address, that we haven't addressed so far. So one, the public has asked about why we don't consider another moratorium. It came up a little bit at our last meeting regarding Lake Asbury as well. Because, and that plays into my second statement that I wanted to tell you is, one, I thought about tonight proposing that we look at changing the Brandonville Master Plan. But we can't. We can't legally, because the state law changed. So 2 years ago, or 2 sessions ago, legislative sessions ago, there was something passed called Senate Bill 180. And it basically was passed, and here it's unintended consequences. So the bill was actually to help people who are in hurricane damaged areas rebuild faster. and not run into red tape in a local government situation. What it did was it said that any place that was impacted by, and they listed the 3 hurricanes, Helene, I forget it was the year of Helene and then the one that came after it, and Debbie had been in the summer. Any area that had been impacted in that in any way, this bill applied to. And it basically said local government could not make any land and zoning and land use changes or any development rules more strict than the state. And so state law has precluded us from making some good changes, and it probably made some other governments unable to make some bad changes. That law has a sunset in 2028. So when you consider when you think about why doesn't Clay County BCC reconsider some of these things, it's because until the end of 2028, our hands are tied. And so we would like to be able to readdress some of these things. We believe in home rule and local government because of this, because you can come out and talk to us and tell us what you want and what you don't want. And the only other thing I wanted to address also is someone said something, actually it was Steve, or someone, another speaker, was talking about realtors and what they tell you when you move here. One, we don't get to control what realtors tell people, and they do a lot of advertising that is not real. But secondly, most of these people have been here for way before, or their families owned the property way before the Brandonville Master Plan was in place. And a lot of them don't even know this zoning and land use change happened. It was, they owned the property prior to it. Commissioner Compere, I know you get that sometimes. You'll have constituents that don't know what their zoning and land use was before and is now. And I have that a lot in my district. So I think that, I don't think that the public knew in 2006 that this area was zoned and could have future land use of apartments and townhomes. And they would have been in an uproar back then. And maybe they were, but it's what we have today.
Did you have something?
We do need to declare ex parte communications, which I've had with Mr. Ennis with Meredith Homes.
Met with Scott, yeah.
Yeah, I met with him and I've talked to a ton of constituents.
Well, I have to say, I'd like to add some things because I think I have had to deal with master plan issues the whole time I've been a commissioner, and because I am from the Lake Asbury area. And I have begged staff over and over again to be able to change the master plan, and unfortunately, I never could get that to happen because all the land had already been changed hands, and you can't do that, or because the county will be sued. And so, there was, we were stuck. Ever since I've been a commissioner, the amount of trees that have come down right in my area where I live has been the most heartbreaking thing for me. And probably the most heartbreaking is because I could do nothing about it. And I ran to be a county commissioner because I do care, all of you, just like I can promise you the rest of us do. And we do everything we possibly can to do the right thing. And, so right now, all of you that are not wanting this to happen, you're going to be praying now that the townhouses don't come. And I have many areas in my district that I'm praying still that they just stay away, even though they still can come. I have, my master plan, my village centers, again, same thing. People right down the road from me, we had no idea apartments could come in there, and right out in the middle of nowhere, we felt like. But they can, and all the homes are coming, and all the commercials coming, and and we were stuck with it. And so you either do it or you can move out towards Commissioner Condon's area and and get away from it. But I hear people from the north coming that just love it, because it's not as busy. It was where they came from, but so personally, again, I will not. I will not vote yes on this either. And so I guess we already have a motion and a second. Okay, so a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed?
So just for clarification, because I know the public is trying to figure out, we voted to deny the change.
5-0.
But it could be developed.
It could be.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, so we are going to move on to number 18, and I will go ahead and remind everybody, rules are on the screen. We're going to try to maintain order. We know everybody's passionate about this. We are passionate too. I mean, we, again, consensus was to put this on the agenda for a moratorium. And I just wanted to read the definition of a moratorium is a temporary legally authorized suspension of a specific activity or a delay in the performance of an obligation. It is typically enacted by a government, authority, or organization to halt an ongoing action so that involved parties can assess the situation, resolve issues, or establish new regulations. So this moratorium is for a year, and it is so staff can research about data centers. And I will tell you, there's been talk already about why we don't ban them. We don't even know if that's legal. Okay, so we know that there are other counties that have. They don't know what's going to happen after that. So our staff is going to be researching that, to see if it can happen. So I'm going to, again, I have a lot of cards, and we appreciate everybody coming. We love whenever the community shows up. We really do. And but I'm going to ask you when you come up, if you put against, I'm going to ask you, does that mean you're against the moratorium, or are you for the moratorium? So whenever you come up, I'm going to ask you that. And again, this is for a moratorium if we approve it today.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Could I just add one other thing? This initiative was, this moratorium was initiated by this commission. So you can tell where we're headed with this. And so just so you know, that this didn't come from outside. This came from the 5 of us up here, so.
Okay. That's all I need to say, right? Okay. So I'm going to open up the public hearing. And I have Pat Jorgensen, I believe it is, first. And also, one other thing while Pat's coming up, you also, there was an area you could waive speaking. If you decide that somebody has already said the same thing as you can let us know that, and just let me know if you're for or against the moratorium. So, Ms. Pat, are you against the moratorium as you spoke?
No, honey, I'm for the
For the
moratorium.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think that's wonderful, and I'm Pat Jorgensen. I live at 3545 Jims Court, Green Cove Springs, which is out in the Thunder Road area. So, Ms. Burke, you are my commissioner, and I would hope that you would vote for this. I want to just give you some information. I work with a group of young kids, and they are doing a podcast called Clay County Speaks. And we did a podcast episode on these AI farms, or the centers. And it was really very informational. And so if you'd like to look at it, you can go to YouTube, Clay County Speaks, episode 19. So it'll give you a lot of information. We had Joshua Allen, who is a reporter for Clay News and Views, and we had one of our young Democrats who spent a lot of time researching this, and they came up with a really good episode. So I'd love to have you see that. But I would ask that after your 12 months to please come back to us. We would like to hear what you found, and we would like to be able to hope that you're going to agree with us and not have these farms out here. You know, we have an issue with water. We have an issue with heat. We don't want to impact our environment. Clay County is very special to us, and we would like to keep it the way it's at. All right, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. And we will be coming back after staff researches it. So it may not take a year, it may take less, but we will be coming back.
All right, thank you.
All right, next is Mary Jo Griffin. And I have that you're for the moratorium.
Griffin, and my address is on record. And I spoke last time
also against, well, for the moratorium. And since then, I've done some more research, and um, I just, what really brought me to more support this moratorium is the last conversation that we had about the land use in this county and how important it is to make good decisions, to be good conservators of our land, because once it's gone, it'll never come back. And it seems to be one of the most important things that everybody loves about this community. Its beauty, its recreational facilities, what a good place it is to live. And there's got to be other ways that we can increase our revenue without destroying our land. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next I have David Napirik, something like that. And he has 4. And then the next will be Bruce Reynolds.
Hey, I'm for the moratorium. And I also want y'all to look into banning these data centers. There is Walton County has banned data centers, and I also think that the data centers are tied into these flock systems that y'all have, and that's why y'all need the data centers, so that way you can store all of our information and everything. And I don't remember agreeing to being followed by a camera all around town or being tracked or traced or whatever y'all got going on, but I think it's unconstitutional by the 4th Amendment. And there's just a lot of things. The flock cameras, you were talking about how we're in debt, but the flock cameras cost us $2,500 to $3,000 per camera for the year, so that way y'all can essentially spy on everybody without their consent.
This is for the moratorium, sir.
This is
You can
about the
speak to that.
moratorium. Where do y'all need to store the AI data somewhere? That's what the data centers are for, right? I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it, just like everyone else here. We're concerned constituents, and I mean, we got a lot more to say. And I think a lot of the data centers have probably Chinese software in them, so y'all should look at the 2024 National Defense Authorization Act, that they don't want Chinese parts being used in any of our infrastructures or anything. Y'all need to look into that. But I think we need to ban these things. And yeah, I got a lot to say, but I'm gonna leave that as my time for now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have Bruce Reynolds and then Sean Davis next.
Hello again. My name is Bruce Reynolds, 2923 Bobcat Court, Green Cove. I'm a retired environmental protection specialist. I'd like to touch on 2 data center topics. First, closed-loop cooling systems. Closed-loop does not mean no water use. Closed-loop means water circulates internally and is not intentionally evaporated for cooling. But the reality is that in hot, humid areas like ours, closed-loop systems cannot keep up. So-called closed-loop systems often use hybrid evaporative assist in peak heat, which requires more water. But even the best closed-loop systems lose water from maintenance blowdowns, leaks, and they rely on separate heat rejection systems that use water elsewhere. So the radiator analogy doesn't hold up to scientific scrutiny. And while the closed-loop systems and hybrid systems do use less water, the trade-off is that they require more energy to operate. Data centers already consume huge amounts of energy, and closed-loop systems add to that demand. Excuse me. Second point, should data centers generate their own power? A few data centers do generate their own power because where they built, the grid couldn't support them. So they installed large numbers of natural gas and diesel generators, but there are downsides. On-site power plants produce air emissions, including nitrogen oxides, carbon dioxide, a major greenhouse gas, and PM 2.5, that's airborne particles smaller than 2.5 micrometers, small enough to penetrate deep into the lungs and even into our bloodstream. Excuse me. These air emissions require Clean Air Act permits and inspections. FDEP already struggles to keep up with permitting and enforcement. These huge generators are extremely loud and can produce enough heat to raise ambient temperatures around the plants as much as 2 to 3 degrees. These power plants need a major natural gas pipeline or on-site fuel storage tanks with capacities upwards of 500,000 gallons, millions of gallons for a hyperscale data center. Now, high-tech outfits like Google, Amazon, Microsoft, and Meta sell themselves as environmentally friendly good neighbors who create jobs and generate tax revenues with no downsides. But there are downsides. Now, trying to separate industry propaganda from proven science is hard to do. So give yourself time to learn. Look at studies already done. University of Arizona, Oak Ridge National Lab, Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, Cornell University. They're out there. Digesting all this information takes time. Please give yourself time. So please vote yes for a moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Sean Davis, and then we have Troy Cahoon, I believe it is.
Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Sean Davis. I am at 2166 Agave Manor in Orange Park South. I am a 20-year Navy veteran. I retired about 10 years ago. CB, for any that know what that is, I'm construction side of house. Dabble in civil engineering is what my rate actually was. So I wanted to speak today in support of the moratorium. I would definitely like to see that pass, please. As well as, and I hope that this would cover any pending that might already be in the works.
Pending.
You know,
There's no pending.
okay. Then, you know, for the year going forward, please, you know, let's take our time. Let's look at things. Let's make sure we do our due diligence and research. That, you know, what we're gonna accept into our community isn't going to hurt the residents. I want us to be good stewards of our community and for our future generations to come. I believe that more impact studies should be made and strong requirements be enacted prior to allowing any development of such a facility that would greatly impact the health and financial well-being of our residents. Specifically, I would like to insist upon any infrastructure, be it electrical, water-related, additional fire and rescue services that could be impacted, need to be 100% fully funded and supported for the duration of the operation of pick a developer that comes in and wants to put one of these facilities in place. I want to make sure that they're going to be burdened with all the costs of it, that it doesn't get transferred onto us as best possible. Further note, I would like any and all power requirements specifically be self-generated. The gentleman just spoke, sorry, I didn't see where he sat at, just spoke that was eye-opening for me. I didn't realize that even being the self-contained water and generating had such intense requirements to them for large-scale centers. I think that should definitely be, you know, looked into, hopefully. This 1 year, I can't express the, you know, the hope that this 1 year moratorium passes, that we can put the time in to properly study and analyze this so that we're not making any snap knee-jerk reactions that let's invite something in and then the cost gets kicked down the road. I don't want to see that. I don't think anybody here probably wants to see that. I'm not against big tech. I'm not against that sort of thing. I mean, I realize, you know, I'm 47 years old. I mean, I kind of grew up with that transition coming through that, you know, I've grown alongside technology. I see where it can go, but I'm hesitant about AI, but trying to keep that out of it. I mean, I still think that there's lots of promise and growth, but we need to be careful with any sort of quick judgments that would put us in jeopardy. We don't know. The first presentation you had today, the vulnerability assessment in terms of, you know, stormwater, drainage, a lot of people are talking about flooding. You know, you put in mass amounts of concrete, you know, flat surfaces, roofs on these structures. I mean, obviously you have the electrical, water and all that, but you have to plan for that sort of runoff. I guess I ran out of time, but thank you for hearing me
Thank
today.
you, sir. All right, Troy, okay, good. And then next we have Will Williams.
How y'all doing? Troy Cahoon, address is on file. I'm 27, I'm a 5-year Navy vet. I grew up in Jacksonville and I've been living in Green Cove for about, I'd say like 4 years about now, 3-4 years. I am for the moratorium against data centers. I'm not against big tech. I don't think it belongs here personally. I wanted to start off with a quote from Commissioner Compre. She said, I have a problem, this is to the news station, right? So I have a problem with us not being able to have a conversation about them coming into the county. Well, this is the conversation. I think that we have a right to be a part of it, and our words should not fall on deaf ears. So keep that in mind. Secondly, she also stated that Amazon and Google can be great neighbors. We've been your neighbors for a lot longer, and I think that our words should carry more weight than any money that can come in from them, whether it be through donations to your campaign or whatever it may be. I'd like to go ahead and highlight the fact that Florida counties, about 12 of them, have either paused or stopped data centers in their tracks completely. And that seems to be an ongoing trend throughout the entire state. So Green Cove, as you can see, there's a big turnout for you guys. Usually y'all don't get as many people here, but we're not a big fan of it. Everybody I talk to, I'm a yapper. Nobody likes these data centers, all right? Everybody I've talked to, that nothing good comes from AI. So, I mean, one thing, some guy named Robert Dillon is actually suing Jacksonville Beach at the moment for falsely being arrested for police using AI tools. And that's just one of the many things that AI has to offer. Data centers, I don't think anybody here really wants their data to be collected and sold to whoever. And that's really what these are going to be for. Our data is being collected through flock cameras and other tools. So I just wanted to end off with saying keep the free state of Florida free and keep Green Cove green. No on data centers and yes on the moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Willie Williams, and then we have Marcia Garcia.
I appreciate that we're considering this. Will Williams, address on file. I'm not a Luddite. I'm not anti-technology. I'm not anti, the future and growing and things. I think one of the concerns brought up last time was the economic deficits we're facing in our county. The future state initiatives that we're going to be voting on and what that looks like for our budget here. But that electrician who came in here to have his parcel rezoned or whatever so he can have his electrical business, that he's going to generate more jobs than any single data center can generate. We need employers like that in our county to help with our unemployment rates and help the sustainability. AI has a lot of challenges. I know a teacher who was doing her continuing education credits, and she was just typing into her AI and filling that out. I mean, these things have real impacts. They're not morally neutral technologies. They have to have guardrails. We shouldn't just roll stuff like this out into our community without critically thinking about what are the establishments we're allowing into our community and how are they impacting our lives, our children, our schools, our overall infrastructure. And like a lot of folks have said, I saw a study from the University of Michigan. It said the same thing about the closed loop systems, that they require a lot more power input, that they aren't as closed loop as they sound. Like that applies to the water, and it doesn't even really mean closed loop in the way that, I don't know, I'm in the 90s generation. It was like reduce, reuse, recycle, what closed loop means. A lot of this stuff is like really marketing terms. I think that those poor developers picked a bad night to come out here and try to develop the wetlands. But, I think that's the overall tenor of our county, right? Like we all voted on that referendum to invest in our conservation land. Green Cove's green, Orange Park's orange. Well, not really, but you know what I mean? It used to be. And if we continue to allow this urban sprawl that looks like data centers to come into our county, those are going to have real impacts for us. Sorry, I got a little humorous with it, but I still have more time. I think I've said all I want to say. I'm glad that you all took the initiative to bring this forward. I hope like Jackson County, I think somebody else said Walton County, I hope we move forward on a ban. They went with a moratorium first, and then the month later it was a ban. So look forward to seeing you in July. Hopefully that ban comes up.
Thank you. Marcia Garcia, and then we have Megan Dorsey. And Marcia, I have you are against, correct?
Correct, as written. I'm Marcia Garcia. My address is on file. Many people have the impression that all data centers pollute. They all suck up all the water and power and make terrible noise. Many people are misinformed. Jacksonville has 14 data centers. These have not caused spikes in water demand according to the St. John's Water Management District. They have not strained the power grid according to JEA, and they have not caused the noise crisis you've been told is unavoidable. Jacksonville's data centers coexist with their community.
Their existence proves that data centers can be good neighbors. Some people say they don't use data centers. They don't need data centers. Well, yes, they do. If you get married, have a baby, get divorced, or die, you use a data center. If you drive a car, send your kids to school, or receive medical care, you use a data center. If you have money in ViStar, do you want them to back up your records in a data center? I do, and I think you do too. All of us need and use data centers every day. We just want them built in someone else's county. Well, the people in the other county don't want them built there. They want them built in our county. Take it to its extreme, and there will be no county in Florida where we can store our vital records. So we must all do our part. We must be reasonable. You don't want any data centers in Clay County? Well, I believe you already have 4 data centers in Clay County. You've never heard of them because they don't cause any problems. The deed to your house, the plat map, your marriage certificate, and other court records are stored in a data center inside the Clay County Courthouse right next door. The other 3 data centers are in Clay County are inside each of our 3 hospitals. These store your electronic medical records and manage clinical and operational needs. The hospitals cannot function without these on-site data centers because of what they call low latency. Many people are frightened by the stories they've heard about hyperscale data centers. Hyperscalers, even the problems associated with them can be solved. Our county has an opportunity to require closed-loop systems. They're not perfect, but every business uses some water. Hospitals use a lot of water. Hospitals make more hazardous material than data centers. It's usually biohazard. We can require clean backup power systems. Oh, and plants love CO2. We have more green belt now than we did before, climate change. We can require noise abatement when needed and zoning and setback to allow us to accept some data centers in such a way that benefit our county. We can do this. The moratorium states that the BCC staff shall research data centers and shall report its findings. I hope this will be done with a can-do attitude and not make this moratorium a ban in moratorium clothing. Thank you for your time. I would like to see the moratorium amended to allow the types of in-house data centers like the ones in our courthouse and hospitals. Currently, the moratorium also puts a moratorium on them. That means any business that requires an in-house data center cannot be permitted for 12 months as well. And thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Megan Dorsey.
I'm Megan Dorsey. My address is on file. I live in Green Cove. AI data centers are not our mama's data centers. They're not the ones we have now. What data centers actually do to places that we live, we are told that these can be great partners, that we don't want to be left behind, that our data will have to be stored in China. Across the country, NDAs are being signed with local officials, and these projects are getting pushed through. But here's what we aren't being told. At the fence line of data centers, the air around a data center is not the same as the air we grew up breathing. These facilities require diesel backup generators by the dozens, sometimes hundreds of them, and those generators release fine particle matter and nitrogen oxides like the gentleman talked about that are directly linked to asthma, heart disease, and respiratory illness. We're talking 200 to 600 times more nitrogen oxides than a natural gas plant produces. These are all sourced. I emailed them to you this afternoon just so you guys know where my sources are coming from. At the XAI facility in Memphis, a Time Magazine investigation found that nitrogen dioxide levels in surrounding areas measurably increased after the facility opened. The noise never stops. Internal noise levels can reach up to 96 decibels, well above the 85 decibel threshold considered harmful to human hearing. Neighbors near a Virginia facility reported 90 decibels at their homes. One resident said he can no longer open his windows. Another put mattresses against the glass to block it out. The light runs all night, disrupting natural circadian rhythms of the body, including melatonin production and sleep cycles. Sleep disruption, chronic stress, and hearing loss, these aren't hypotheticals. They are documented outcomes in communities that have said yes before they understood what they were saying yes to. Within a mile, The land changes. The average data center site in 2024 was 144% larger than in 2022. So these are bigger. The water starts disappearing. A mid-sized data center uses roughly 300,000 gallons of water per day. Between 80 and 90% of that comes from the same surface water and groundwater sources our tap water comes from. Most of it evaporates in the cooling towers and never returns. Wildlife changes too. Researchers describe data centers as potential sensory danger zones, places where light and noise levels exceed the thresholds at which species can live and thrive. Animal communication breaks down, migration patterns shift, and nesting fails. The water table doesn't stop at the property line. Heavy groundwater use can deplete aquifers in ways that threaten ecosystems and long-term water availability for entire surrounding regions, not just immediate neighbors. The power plants feeding these facilities pollute far more beyond the data center itself. Data centers increasingly rely on large-scale plants that are now being co-located nearby to avoid grid upgrade delays. Whatever that plant burns, your airshed absorbs. A September 2025 study found that air pollutants from data centers operating increase the rates of respiratory and cardiovascular disease and elevate cancer risk in nearby communities. The research is clear and the damage is real. We need a moratorium now. We deserve to say no to what's being built next to our water, air, and land. So thank you for your consideration and thank you for bringing this up. We appreciate you.
Thank you. All right, so I have Lisa Reineman, who is a St. John's Riverkeeper, that is waiving speaking in support of the moratorium. Stephen Van Bloom, also waiving speaking in support of the moratorium. And Amber Crosby, waiving speaking in support of the moratorium. Next, I have Laura Timmons. And then next, we'll have Aisha Russell Marcies. Is Laura Timmons here? Nope. No Laura Timmons? Going once. Next, I have Aisha Marcies. And next will be Cameron May.
Hi, my name is Aisha Russell Marcies. I live at 1699 Shed Road, Green Cove Springs, Florida. Good evening, County Commissioners. I was up here at the last meeting where lots of my fellow community members showed very serious concerns on even the possibility of an AI data center coming to our county. Not only did these concerns bring up our ecosystem, but it also brought up the community in which we have here. You see, the decisions that you guys hold tonight won't just affect this point in time, but it will affect the entire way me and my generation are being forced to live. My generation is going to have to be the ones living in a crippling environment, a dying workforce, and an inability to solve simple problems without opening ChatGPT for a better way to do things. And now let's talk about the workforce. You see, AI is actually taking over hundreds of tech jobs due to its nature of being more productive than any human could. It works 24-hour shifts without need for breaks. It doesn't need any sort of pay, and it can never complain about being unfairly treated like any human could. And even data centers were to come here, initially they would hire around 100 workers to construct the soulless box that would disrupt our ecosystem. But once it's built, it would only have 20 to 25 full-time workers, which I highly doubt would boost our unemployment rate. Yet it seems at the heart of it all, our main issue surrounding this is once again money. Money that the county just doesn't seem to have anymore. I'd like to bring up something that one of the commissioners stated 2 weeks ago. Google and Amazon have been named as good partners to have. Quote, I won't spend much time on this, but I seriously recommend looking deeply into some of Amazon's practices on tax avoidance, links with Israel's human rights abuses, their workers' rights, children's privacy violations, and their animal welfare laws, as well as the case of Susanna versus Amazon.com, Dana Williams versus Amazon.com, and McCarthy versus Amazon.com, as well as what these AI data centers are being used for. An article I recommend to everyone in this room tonight to read is To Protect Yourself and Your Families, Women in the Age of AI Enabling Disinformation by the European Parliament Research Service. So before you go and give our land to these corporations that have blatantly given no regard to protecting the working class, their family, and our environment, just for the promise of more money for the county, just look into making jobs that will actually help our community, like recreational sports centers to help people connect, or skate park for people to put down the phone and pick up a hobby. After all, I will be the one living with the repercussions of your decision here tonight. You can do something about it. Vote yes for this moratorium before giving our county to these companies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. It's our next generation right there. That's awesome. All right. Cameron May and then Tracy Daniel.
All right, hello commissioners. I didn't really come with a prepared speech. I just kind of wrote something up on my phone, but I was born and raised in Clay County. My address is 1016 St. Pepper Lane, Orange Park, Florida, so I thought it was an important issue to speak about. So I just wanted to start off with a question. I don't expect an answer, but I just wanted you to think about it. How close would you be willing to have a data center built to your house? 100 feet, 200 feet, 500 feet, half a mile? And if your answer is no to all those distances, why? Is it because you know about the light pollution, the noise pollution that causes circadian rhythm disturbances, that can cause headaches, that can lead to all sorts of issues for families? Is that a reason? Is it because of it could create heat islands of several degrees within a certain several mile radius? Is that one of the reasons you would say no? There are several reasons why I think each of you would say no to a data center in your backyard, and I assume one of the previous speakers wouldn't want a data center in her backyard either, given that. So if your answer is to no to all those distances, given everything going on, then why would you subject some of your own constituents to that same fate in rural unincorporated Clay County? The people on the outskirts of Green Cove Springs, Middleburg, outside of Keystone Heights, they are people too. They have the same needs as you and I. They might not live in the city, but they would still be disturbed by heat islands, by noise pollution, by light pollution. They're not second-class residents. They have the same needs as all of us. So I want you to realize that. I want everyone in here who might not be opposed to the moratorium, I just want to ask you that same question. Would you be willing to have a data center within 500 feet, a mile, even 2 miles? And if that answer is no, if you wouldn't want it for yourself, why would you subject these data centers to people in rural unincorporated Clay County like they matter less to you? We all have the same needs. We all would be impacted by these. Don't push this off to someone else just because it might not impact you. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Tracy Daniel, and then next is Patricia. Tracy, are you for or against the moratorium?
Oh, for. I know I kind of messed up on the card. Had too many items on there.
No problem.
Yes, Tracy Daniel. My address is on file.
Pull the microphone down, please. They're saying they can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just like here? Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Yes, I am for the moratorium.
Still more.
Really?
Sorry.
On the
Yeah, do you have the
data
microphone?
centers.
Put it right in
I
your
need
mouth.
to see.
You can pull it down some more.
I
Pull
can
it down.
see
There you
in
go.
here.
Yeah.
Oh, let me just be an entertainer. Okay, I mean, a lot of people have made some great points. Mine's a summary that everybody's heard of, but I'm going to do it anyway. Spiking electric bills to grid strain, unbearable constant hum, depletion of local water supply. But the main thing is unknown consequences to the public, and I think you all are aware and sensitive to that, and hence the moratorium. We really don't know what they do. And that's all I have to say, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Daniel. All right, Patricia Bailey, and then Bruce McKinney. For the moratorium, okay. All right, Bruce McKinney.
Hi, I'm
Sir, are you
Bruce
for or
McKinney.
against?
I am for the moratorium and hopefully eventually for a ban.
Thank you, sir. Teresa Erlano, I know I'm saying it wrong again. You're waiving speaking? Same thing, okay. All right. Thank you. All right, James Sterling. And then next is Rebecca Mark.
Sorry to bother y'all again,
No bother at all.
but thank you much. I'm gonna just real quick out the gate, just quote Jeff Bezos himself, whose Project Prometheus is one of the forerunning companies coming up and advocating for this AI hypercenter development. He when broached with the question about natural resources, he said it best himself. And I feel like what he said kind of sums up the entire attitude that the people that head this technology in these companies really, really feel in their hearts. And this is a quote from him. Biological limits are real, but digital potential is infinite. If we starve our data infrastructure of cooling resources just to sustain baseline human comfort, we are actively delaying the birth of superintelligence. That is what he put ahead of community. I don't know what kind of budget problems y'all have. I don't pay attention. This is my first meeting. I don't know how to act. I don't know what to do. I didn't even have a pen to fill out the little thing. I had to borrow one from the nice gal over there. Thank you. But if something's important enough to get me off my land to come fight the traffic down here and find a parking spot, it matters to a lot more people than just me, okay? Because my wife cooks really good, all right? And I'm here instead of there right now. But there are other ways to make money. There always have been, and there always there's gonna be. So to take that as a way to kind of say, well, that's okay to turn our backs on what everybody feels like. That's not cool. Don't do that. I don't have to go much more into that, but I will also bring up. Somebody brought up a bunch of points about it, but nobody brought up the property value. You know, property values in anywhere around these centers are going down. Okay, and I mean, I'm never going to sell my land. I love this county. This place is awesome. Florida power forever. But I mean, that speaks to a lot of folks. The property value alone. I mean, I've been to where some of these big data centers, not the little ones that everybody knows about, you know, that are in the hospitals and stuff. Which cool for bringing that up, by the way. That was awesome. But I've been to these places, and it's oh crap. Sorry, I don't know. I'm not used to this. But thank y'all. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Rebecca Mark. And then next will be Rooster Knowles.
Okay, y'all have taken all my stuff, so let me. Here's a data center for you. All right, hush puppy, that's enough. Okay, so let's see what's left. One of the things that y'all are responsible for, I suppose that I am entitled to a life of quiet enjoyment. So it says in English common law, you are required to regulate land use and enforce land development code. Noise ordinance in this county says audible noise is prohibited for any longer than 5 minutes, a distance of 25 feet, and from 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. What the lady previously, the 105 decibel levels, sound travels miles and penetrates walls. It goes 24/7, 365. There is no respite, okay? The rest of it is, I looked up all the developers and builders in the area. Every one of them has got some kind of lawsuit that they've lost because they've done faulty construction. So I don't trust them to say, well, we're going to build you a data center that's just awesome and it'll be quiet. So I don't trust them to make that commitment. The people who benefit are Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Apple, Meta, BlackRock, and Vanguard, of course. And their goal is data mining for profit. The acceleration in desire for data centers is not motivated by need, it is motivated by greed. We don't need these things. We have, yes, do we use data? Absolutely. I use it. I used it for all the research on this thing. I use Google and I use my phone. But we don't need what they're demanding. And the other thing is, since I guess I'm going to have to go off script because y'all have taken all my stuff, in Clay County right now there are 6,100 vacant available properties, residential properties. There are 10,000 new units planned. I'm sorry, I don't think we need any more concrete. I think if you really want to save this county and keep it what it is, we need ecotourism. We have awesome environment. This place is paradise. I'm a lifelong Florida resident. I don't need any more concrete. I don't need you to tell me, well, there's a rattlesnake. We're going to study the rattlesnake. I'm not studying him. He's bad, and I don't want him. And let me add, I don't need a spitting rock. I don't need a rock where we go into town and we spit on it because, well, that was a good idea. We thought building that would be awesome. So I am for prohibiting this, not for a year. And I understand there are also issues with, you need to maybe look at increasing our insurance because when data centers are banned, yes, the companies come along and they do sue the corporate entity or the community entity that's stopping it. But anyway, thank you.
All right, Rooster, Knowles, and you checked for and against, so which one is it?
For the moratorium. I'm Rooster Knowles, Knowles Road here in Green Cove. Commissioner Capri, you said 12 months is a long time to wait because all this information is moving fast. It very much is. There's a lot of changes going on all the time. 12 months is just a blink if you have kids, 16 years old, they driving, scare you to death. Then they move out and they gone. So 12 months isn't that long. In that 12 months, there'll be a lot of improvement in equipment and the way they do stuff. So let's do a real good job and let's have 12 months. Let's let them develop. Let St. Johns County develop theirs. We can find out what's wrong. Baker County, Flagler County, all around us. Let's wait till the end. We had the newest, shiniest penny there is with all the frills. We'll know the mistakes they made and we can avoid that for the residents of Clay County. We're $50 million short this year. That's $1 million a week with 2 weeks vacation. That's $200,000 a day. How much would the data center be able to add back to that? How much relief would we get out of a data center? And they're always changing from closed loop to open loop for not efficiency, for cost and construction. We talked last time about a nuke. A lot of people, I'm scared to death of a nuke. I'm a pipe fitter, union pipe fitter. I finally got into nukes and found out how strict the control is and all that's clean. That's not gonna put anything in our air or anything else. They can put a nuclear reactor with a boiler there and generate electricity to sell back to Clay County, like I say. The last thing, everybody in this room will agree that we're concerned about water. The whole state of Florida is getting less and less water, more and more people that's thirsty. So when it comes down, y'all got water bottles up there. When it comes down to that last glass of water, you're already thirsty, we're already in water restriction now. When it comes down to that last glass of water you got sitting there, are you gonna wanna dump it in the AI center to keep your 5-star records cool, or are you gonna wanna drink it? That day is coming. And that's about all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Rooster. Jess Walther, and then we have Lindsay Seibert.
Good evening, y'all. I've been a resident of Clay County about 40-some years, maybe 40. But anyhow, I've been living here in Green Cove for about 2 years. I wasn't prepared. I just heard about this meeting, so I just showed up on the fly. But I know a lot about these data centers. I'm online 16, 20 hours a day sometimes, and I study this and I combat it online, trying to put awareness. And what I see a pattern occurring across the United States is they don't have impact reports, residential and environmental. Had they wouldn't allow them, because you find that the water is going to crap in these areas. You know, the residents' water is all brown and toxic, and you know, and so it's like, what are we gonna do when all the water's gone? You know, and we already know the electric goes up and the water's depleted. But the godfather of data centers openly expresses his concern: human extinction event that could happen within 20 to 50 years. And then also, these data centers are obsolete in 20 to 30 years, or 10 years in some instances, because it's all like goes bad, you know, advanced, and it's obsolete. And so like then it's a desolate wasteland, you know, so you just gave your land for 20 years and then waste your environment. It's nonsense. And honestly, I come to this new information that America has like 75% more data centers than China, and China's the digital prison of the world right now. They're running World Economic Agenda 30. You know, it's a digital prison agenda where it's a hive mind agenda, beast system, cashless society. And they don't need all these data centers for that. They're mining crypto with them. These dang corporate parasites, they put the front up and buy these corporations or these data centers, and they trick the taxpayers to pay them back, just like the water plant in Middleburg. Do you know we paid for that? And they came up on the front, and then they got a free damn water plant. And just like all these data center people mining crypto off of our tax dollars. So it's really a play. They're playing us. So don't get played. And I will be dropping information to y'all, because I kind of know the system now. This is my first meeting, but I shared enough. And so keep in mind of that, because, you know, and also there's this thing called digital biological convergence. And we got what's called smart dust. They're trying to create a digital prison. We breathe in this smart dust, and they want us to digitally converge with AI, with super AI, and then these data centers will mine us like prison guards. And when we don't comply, they shut off our money. The beast system is here.
Thank you. Lindsay Seibert, and then I have Roberta Rosario.
Hi, it's me again. Lindsay Seibert. I already said my address. I'm here to support the moratorium on data centers. We have been living through a severe multi-year drought with our local aquifer already under extreme pressure. My family, my children, and my livestock rely 100% on private well water, as many of you do in the rural areas and farmlands of Clay County. We have all seen the documented cases in other states on the news where massive industrial construction projects resulted in residential wells running dry or becoming contaminated with sediment, as well as causing well equipment to fail, leaving citizens forced to rely on bottled water. That already is a massive burden for most people, but for farmers, it's absolutely devastating. I can't even imagine trying to bring in loads and loads of 5-gallon jugs of water back and forth on our pastures for our animals, and let alone my own family. Before the county even considers inviting something like high consumption or any kind of data centers to our backyard, we need to be 100% certain that our existing wells will remain safe and functional. I urge you to pass this moratorium to prioritize the water rights of the families and farmers who rely on the water that are already here. We understand the need for growth and development and lowering our growing debt, but we also have to keep the heart and soul of our county in mind. Most of us chose to live and raise our kids and invest our lives in Clay County because of the breathtaking natural beauty, the quiet pastures, and the deep, peaceful sense of community. When we think of what makes this county special, we think of taking our kids to Spring Park to swim in the pool, launching our kayaks into the quiet bends of the Black Creek, and walking the beautiful trails along Doctors Lake Drive under the canopy of those massive ancient willow trees draped in Spanish moss. We would much rather support and invest in local community and business growth, see more parks and protected green spaces, than watch more gas stations, strip malls, and concrete footprints take over our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Roberta Rosario and then Daniel Cook.
Hello. My name's Roberta Rosario, and you have my address on file. Concerning AI data centers, I thought I'd go directly to the source, ChatGPT. I've never used it before until today. So I asked it 2 questions. I said, what are the pros of AI data centers? And these are the pros that it gave me. And this is word for word AI. AI data centers drive massive economic growth and technological breakthrough by providing the immense computing power needed to solve complex global challenges. It accelerates scientific and medical breakthroughs. It's local and regional economic growth, massive tax revenues, and construction jobs, grid efficiency software, and pioneering the next-gen power. So the cons were a lot more. So the cons of AI data centers present significant challenges due to their unprecedented demand for energy, water, and land, which strains local infrastructure and negatively impacts nearby communities. It can draw up to 20 times more power than older infrastructure, talking about older data centers. Increase in consumer utility rates. Local utility providers must frequently fund expensive grid transmission upgrades and the costs, which are often passed down to regular households through high electricity bills. The massive continuous load placed on electrical grids threatens electrical grids, their power stability, and it increases the risk of rolling blackouts. Massive water depletion was another one. They require heavy cooling requirements, requiring millions of gallons of water per day, comparable to the consumption of a small town to keep the system cool. And this was on just one AI data center. Threats to local water supplies. Most AI data centers are being developed in water-stressed regions like Florida, drawing directly from local aquifers and municipal drinking supplies. Irreversible loss was another one. It takes a toll on farming and residents. Air pollution, which we talked about, which will affect the environment as well as human health and animals. Electrical noise and harmonics creates erratic spikes in voltage that can damage appliances or cause home fires in surrounding neighborhoods, and the constant noise pollution, and few permanent jobs. And there were many more that I couldn't do because of time. But I plead with each one of you to think about the coming generations and to truly ponder what this could do to our community. I pray that you will take this next year to do your due diligence. Is this the kind of progress that Clay County really wants? And I'd just like to finish with the one beautiful bill. Act is not so beautiful. Thank you.
I have Daniel Cook, and then I have J. Chris Pike.
All right, Daniel Cook for the record. My address is on file. Madam Chair, I don't know too much about these data centers, but I'm learning as I go along. I've been to the previous meeting 2 months ago, and from my understanding, it seems that these data centers might possibly have a bad impact on the environment, right? People are talking about they use up water. They're going to put a strain on the resources of the county. I also share concerns about the privacy issues. You know, who owns these data centers? And since we're, you know, I'd like to clarify too what the board is voting on here today too. You're voting on, this is a hearing to consider the adoption of an ordinance imposing the moratorium. So if I understand this correctly, we don't have an ordinance already written. This is to approve the board bringing back an ordinance in the future, if I understand correctly. And so the questions that I'm posing, the questions I think that the public is bringing up, should be included in, you know, this ordinance as it's written, or when it is written. And I hope that the public will continue to come and be involved and voice our concerns. So coming back to the privacy of these data centers, and I'm glad that the commissioner brought up the big picture at the last meeting. You know, I think this is such a pivotal vote, not only today's vote, but whether, you know, what this ordinance potentially looks like in the months ahead. You know, what's the direction of this county? What's the direction of America? What's the direction of our culture? Is it going to be an AI total surveillance type dystopia, as some of the other speakers alluded to? Is it going to be used by, well, I think that there asks the question, who is going to be owning these data centers? Is it going to be these corporations that use it to market to us? Is it going to be shared with law enforcement? What's the relationship between the data centers, the owners, the government? And I think that's a whole lot of, it's a big can of worms. It's a lot of questions for this board to be considering. And for the record, I am for the moratorium. I'm against the data centers, primarily for privacy concerns. But I think that's about, that kind of sums it up. But I'll just finish by saying that I am choosing not to comply nor consent with the notion that an AI-dominated future is imminent, beneficial, or accepted. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. J. Chris Pike?
So ignorance is bliss. Good evening, neighbors. I'm here tonight to talk about something that sounds too good to be true. The promise of closed-loop data centers coming to Clay County. The developers will tell you it's clean, it's quiet, and it's a win for our economy. But if you look at what they actually happened in communities across Virginia, Georgia, and right now in Florida, you'll see a different story. A closed-loop data center is not a solution. It is a shell game, and Clay County is being set up to lose. First, let's talk about water. The term closed loop is meant to reassure that these facilities don't guzzle up millions of gallons of water from Florida aquifers. But here's the truth, that the industry doesn't volunteer. Even a closed loop system requires periodic discharge and refilling. It is never truly closed. The water comes out, still has to go somewhere, often to the PAFC, Forever Chemicals, and other cooling system contaminants in Clayton County, Georgia residents are already asking, where does the toxic water go? We don't have a good answer, and neither will Clay County unless we demand one now. Second, the electricity. A single hyperscale data center draws 200 to 500 megawatts of power, half of Clay Electric's total peak load. The developers will say they can bring their own power or build solar farms, but the reality is that our grid will still stand massive upgrades to handle the load, and guess who pays for that? They should be paying for that. They should be paying for everything. You do. In Virginia, electric bills are familiar. Has risen 41% since 2023. A three-bedroom home now costs $900 a month to keep the lights on. That is not progress. That is a subsidy Clay County families to a Silicon Valley balance sheet. Third, your quality of life. These facilities run 24/7, 365 a year. They produce constant low-frequency hum that sounds that some residents near the facility describe as standing next to a corn dryer on a 24 hours a day. They are ugly concrete boxes that kill property values, and we have not even begun to study a long-term health effects on the electromagnetic fields and chemical runoff. The data centers industry is moving fast, and they are betting that you won't ask hard questions until it's too late. Clay County does not need to to be tested, a test case for technology that has already failed its neighbors. We need enforcement standards paid for by the developers for a verified water recycling, self-generated power, and a full grid impact assessment. We need a moratorium until we know exactly what we are signing off for.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone else like to speak? Come forward and make sure you get a card after, please.
Hello, my name is Selena. I live on College. I've lived here my entire life, and I think data centers are honestly the stupidest thing ever created. We have never needed them, really, not the types in the hospitals. We have needed those, but AI data centers are not going to be useful to the people of the future. My sister, she is only 10, and already she cannot tell the difference between photos. I'm sorry, I get twitchy when I'm nervous. But one thing that wasn't pointed out is there are already data showing that farms are not having calves because of these data centers. If that's happening to the farm animals, what's going to happen to us? Already our population's declining, and so this is just going to make it worse. More women losing their babies, people just not having kids because they don't want to go through that trauma. Just say no to data centers. Yes for moratorium.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, good evening. My name is Summer Grace, and I have a card here. I'll make sure and leave it with you guys. I am definitely in support of this moratorium, but I also ask that you consider banning these completely. Last month, Governor DeSantis signed a law that, I'll quote him, he says, "Today in Lakeland, I signed legislation to protect our citizens and communities from hyperscale data centers. These are much needed protections for taxpayers and our natural resources. SB 484 goes into effect July 1st, and that gives you guys the power to do what the community is asking you to do and ban these centers. Thank you."
Thank you. Anyone else? Did you fill out a card? Okay, great. Anyone else? Okay. I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Discussion? Or a motion?
I am happy to make a motion, Madam Chair, and I had just a few things I wrote down. One thing that I wanted to address is a lot of people bring up Niagara, which is the water bottling facility over off of Challenger. This board never voted on whether that could come here or not. And so the earlier conversation about zoning and land use, they have the zoning and land use. We don't get to pick if it's commercial development can come there. They had to get permits for all of their building from the county. They also had to get a permit from the St. Johns River Water Management District to purchase water from CCUA, which is the Clay County Utility Authority, which is not under this board. They're a separate quasi-governmental facility. And the water that they were permitted for is equivalent to that usage of about 1,000 homes. And so we did give them economic incentives for jobs, because one of our jobs is to look for opportunities for jobs in the area. So I just wanted to clarify that, because there's a lot of people who say that we sold out to Niagara. We didn't. Nobody did. And so I just wanted to clarify that. And there are a lot of people who buy bottled water and drink bottled water, and if you don't want it to be here, as Commissioner Reniger said, stop drinking bottled water. I bring mine from home because I have well water and I'm a water snob. But I live in the country, and we like our water, right? But anyway, so speaking of water, I do live in the country. I represent District 4, and just feel like that we have Senator Bradley said today at the legislative luncheon, we have a water quantity problem. She was talking about water quality, but we do have a water quantity problem. And I live where the aquifer's recharged. My family has owned property, my grandparents bought property on Lake Brooklyn in 1950. And so it's very important to me personally and for our county and our area to protect the water at all cost. And that's my largest concern. But then I also have a concern about staff, our planning and zoning staff. It is very difficult now for governments to hire planners. And we've talked about this at other meetings because if you have children, encourage them to major in planning at college because they can make a lot of money because there's not enough of them out there. But our staff is overwhelmed with applications that are already coming in for land development opportunities and changes, which everyone has a right to do in Clay County, and our code is silent. So a number of you tonight have mentioned things like guardrails and where could these be located, and our code is just silent on it. And so it's important that we do put guardrails around it. The lovely lady who spoke about the hospitals and the things like that, the AI is not bad in and of itself. We use AI if your car has any of the adaptive cruise control, or if your car has the lights that tell you if a car's on either side of you on your side mirrors. That's all AI. It's artificial intelligence. AI in and of itself is not bad. Where it is stored, there are 50 states in the U.S., and they can find somewhere else to store it. They want Florida because of two things. One, Florida is very business friendly. We have a governor who's very business friendly and low tax base, no income tax, no personal income tax. So corporate taxes are low, and that's why they want to locate here, and access to water because water's right below the ground. They don't have to, in the desert, they have to figure out how to get the water there. I get that, except we need the water to drink, and we need to protect rural Florida. I want the guardrails around it, and I want staff to be able to take the time and have the time to do that and not be rushed because of something that comes in, and then we have to scramble to try to see how it can fit within our code, because that's when we make bad decisions. At the previous meeting, someone mentioned that they would not locate in Clay County because they want to be near power generation. The concern that I have is the Seminole Electric Power Generation Plant in Putnam County is just across the St. Johns River from the south part of Clay. And that's a little too close for comfort for me, although I can't say that I didn't disagree with Rooster that maybe they need to pull the water out of the St. Johns and just recycle that or something, and then they can pay property taxes on the St. Johns. But for me, I just don't feel like, I feel like we have enough commercial development wanting to come to Clay County that is commercial development that residents want, that we don't need to sell out for water. Maybe. We don't really know. I don't feel like we know enough to know. And so that's why I don't think that there is the potential. I hear you on wanting the ban. I hear you on the concerns. I hear you on the temperature raising and the constant noise and the light pollution, and I am concerned about that. I live where I can see the stars at night, and I appreciate being able to see the stars at night, and I can go outside and there's pure quiet at my house, and probably a lot of you don't have that. However, we have to take the time to do the research. The other thing that came up, and I just wanted to mention, is flock cameras are the sheriff's office. That we fund the sheriff's office, but we don't choose how the sheriff's office spends their money. Our sheriff has talked about those publicly, about those being license plate readers and how they use that information. They're bound by state law, and I fully support our sheriff. I think she's in compliance with state law. So, and if you go anywhere, like I I know I talk about where I live a lot, but Bradford County has those right across from. So a lot of counties have them. I think that all this maybe do, I don't know. But they're around, so obviously law enforcement is using them. But I don't feel like they are connected with this conversation. We are not, there's no conspiracy. I've not been asked to sign an NDA. It's that I brought this up and proposed it. And again, because I want to protect our county, I also want to make good decisions, sound decisions with good policy behind it. And I think that letting us take a breather to figure out what the right things are is important. And so for those reasons, I move to approve the 1-year moratorium.
I'll second the motion.
Motion is second.
I have
Any other
more
discussion?
comments. Yeah. So I'm in favor of a full ban. I don't believe that these are beneficial to Clay County. I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze. I don't know if I have the votes for a full ban, but one question that I do have for the attorney is, Courtney, if we were to motion to do a ban, and then a ban is deemed unconstitutional, what happens then?
Well, first of all, we have not sufficiently advertised to move forward with an ordinance for a ban. So that would be something that you would have to bring back. If you do pass a ban and it's ruled unconstitutional, it strikes the ban.
And then
you
we
just-
start all over. And that's kind of my point is sometimes in life you got to play chess and not checkers. And one thing that gives me pause of making that reactionary decision would be that tonight we've talked a lot about property rights, and I'm not saying that if you own a property you can build a data center. That's not what I'm saying at all. But what I am saying is that sometimes these things can get rather litigious, and it would be a mistake of this board to do that, then get overturned in court, and then we still don't have code on it, right? Someone brought up Senate Bill 484, and I looked it up and read through it. So unfortunately, the Senate bill does not, from Governor DeSantis in the legislature, does not permit us the right to ban it. What it says is, I kind of found the nuts and bolts, but it says large-scale data center permitting. It's the intent of the legislature that the development and operation of large-scale data centers in this state will be managed under a permitting framework that ensures this state's water resources are used in the public interest in a manner that is not harmful to the water resources of the state. And this is the local part that you were referring to, and is consistent with local government zoning regulations and comprehensive plans. So, like I said, I'm fully in favor of banning data centers in Clay County, and I look forward to working with staff to ensure that our code is as strict as we possibly can make it, to ensure that, it's going to be really hard to put one of those things here. But like I said, I think it would really be a misstep to try to ban it and then get overturned, and now we're left wide open, which would really, really cause us problems. So, but that's all I got on it.
Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just have a couple comments, and Commissioner Condon brought up the water issue, and they always make an analogy toward the Niagara plant. And what I'm amazed at is nobody ever brings up the fact that Coca-Cola has a plant just right over the line in Duval County, as well as Anheuser-Busch. And they all draw water from the aquifer as well. But nobody ever brings those two up. I want to bring to your attention that this moratorium and this study, this 12-month look-see, may bring up other issues, other voids in our code. For instance, a lot of people talked about the pollution, nitrous oxide, carbon dioxide. And I think one of our speakers brought up, not all power comes from fossil fuels. It can come from a nuclear reactor, and they're building mini nuclear reactors. We don't have code for nuclear reactors either in Clay County. So, there's going to be a lot of consequence to us looking at this problem or this issue over the next 12 months, and hopefully we'll uncover other issues that we haven't addressed as well. So, I'm not in favor of a ban. We haven't even studied it yet. So, Other communities there is some economic value to these plants. So we want to take a good look and see what's best for Clay County overall. So I'm in favor of the moratorium.
Well, I can already tell the tenor of the room that I am going to be in the minority, and probably for a different reason than the many times my name was brought up tonight. So here's where I'm at, and I said this at the last meeting also. We do not have the infrastructure to attract a data center to Clay County. We don't. And so that's why there's no application. That's why there's no company. That's why there's no prospect of a data center coming to Clay County. I was curious about that earlier today so that I wasn't pontificating or grandstanding up here. There's no data center. And so for me, because we do not have that, it becomes a conversation about efficiency, and that's kind of something that's been brought up here on the dais. And Ryan Marsace's daughter brought up something at the last meeting. I think she was hitting on that point again tonight. And she and I don't fall on the same side in this conversation, but she said something that resonates with me. She said, we have an opportunity to learn from the past. And I agree wholeheartedly with you about that. Now, here's the thing. This all started because of something that was happening in a different county altogether. And so one of the things that I've noticed since I've been on the board is that every time there's a knee-jerk reaction to something completely outside of our community, it does not serve Clay County well. And this is my 4th year on the board, and I can look to different scenarios that I have faced since I've been on the board where a knee-jerk reaction to something that's happening external to Clay County has not boded well for us. And so when we talk about staff's finite resources, bearing in mind that we have other more pressing issues that our staff really ought to be focusing on, in my opinion, I don't find it necessary, in light of our history, to bring on more for county staff to evaluate that is so unlikely to come to Clay County. And I was having a conversation with someone earlier today about what utilities would be required, because even in the conversations today, there was a lot of commentary on hypercenters. At least 4 or 5 of you brought up hypercenters. We don't have the infrastructure for that. And so to guard against something that is so improbable doesn't make sense to me when we do have issues that we need to be focused on, that staff ought to be focusing on. And so for me, efficiency is not commensurate with a decision to impose a moratorium, in my opinion. And so here's the other thing. And I kind of brought this up at the last meeting. I think Commissioner Rainer said it well. There are a lot of things in our land development code that are not addressed. And so here's where there's a little rub for me. What gives me heartburn in this conversation is to say a vote for the moratorium is to say that we cannot competently scrutinize a project on its merits. Despite the fact that all of you, very engaged in the process, had very specific critiques of a data center, I take my job very seriously to partner with the community. And what's interesting to me is that we have, in very recent history, dealt with gaps in our land development code where we did have to partner with the community. And I'm talking about in the last 2 commission meetings where we had to address gaps in our land development code and make a decision irrespective of that fact and come to a decision that actually benefited those who were bringing it to us and benefiting our community. And so for me, this isn't even a conversation about data centers. It's a conversation about efficiency and it's a conversation about competency. And I think that based on my history here, experience tells me that with everything that we've got going on, I don't want to add something else to staff that is so improbable. And then the second thing is the 5 of us have vet projects that did not fit squarely into the land development code. And I'm so confident in our ability to do it again. And so for me, a vote for the moratorium it's just incongruent with what I've experienced here on the commission. And so for me, I may be the only one, and I'm okay with that. It's a no.
Okay. Oh, you can go ahead with your comments. I just wanted to clarify one thing. I want to clarify one thing. My asking for us to consider this moratorium was not a knee-jerk reaction. And it was also based on a conversation I had with Andy Chaff, who's the CEO of Clay Electric. There was a data center who was poking around Clay County and poking around my area, my district. So maybe they didn't contact the county and look at what our land development code says. They didn't get to that point. But they did inquire with Clay Electric about the use of the power. So I just wanted to clarify that I do think that if for efficiency's sake, using the Nassau County language for the moratorium and Nassau County going forward with the moratorium was beneficial for us. But where I first started talking with staff, with the county manager and county attorney, was because of a concern that I had from Clay Electric. None of us were involved. None of us were contacted. None of the people who've said you've signed NDAs, hasn't happened. But at my Rotary Club meeting, when Andy Chaff gave an update about Clay Electric at our meeting, he talked about this is something that, and this was before the governor passed his bill, which was something that Clay Electric actually participated in lobbying for, because one of the things that Andy said to me, or to us that day, was talking about the upgrades that would be required of the grid and the power system with Clay Electric, and that Clay Electric is member owned. All of us enjoy low electric rates because we own it. So therefore, we would have to pay for those upgrades. And thankfully, the governors signed the bill that says that if a data center were allowed and it was built, they would have to pay for that infrastructure. So that takes that off the table, except that there are other things that come with it. And I think some people addressed that tonight. I just wanted to clarify that when I brought this up, that's why what came in.
Can I think that that's very important for us to talk about, because it came up in a conversation that I was having earlier today. Here's where I'm at with that, and I appreciate you bringing that forward. And I want this to be, I want to be very delicate in the way that I say this. There are a lot of inquiries that could potentially come to Clay County that, based on that premise alone, we would have staff running in a million different directions. And that's just what it is. There are so many different industries that could be asking questions. And so if that is the basis upon which I ask county staff to get involved at this high of a level, then we really don't have the resources, county staff resources. But here's the other thing that informs my decision, is that in our conversation earlier today, one of the people that is very much involved in utilities at a statewide level was sharing with me that this has become a hot topic conversation across the counties because it's an election year. And I say that very carefully but intentionally, that this has become a wedge issue in campaigns that aren't even in Clay County. They're not in Clay County. And so because it's become a wedge issue, you saw here at the last board meeting that we had media in the corner, and all they needed to hear was data center. And you don't see them here tonight. I mean, we've got some, I'm not gonna call you out, but it's not your major news sources. And so I don't want, again, to distract from what is important. And that's my angle. That's my angle. If this is going to be a wedge issue in other communities outside of Clay County, then I don't want it to become something that distracts within Clay County. And so for me, again, it becomes a conversation about efficiency of staff. The reason why Commissioner Condon was the only one to know about that is because it did not rise to the level that even the county manager would have been apprised of it. And if he doesn't know about it, then why would I encumber staff? That's what I'm getting at here. And so for me, we've got a lot going on that can really address our concern, that we can focus on. And I'm okay with there being a difference of opinion in this. But for all the conversations about efficiency and all the conversations about doing what we were elected to do, I hear you, and that's what I'm embarking on. And so for me, I haven't heard anything that convinces me to encumber staff and so again, I'm not seeing the efficiency here. And so for me, it's a no.
All right, very good. I'm gonna go back to Niagara, get off the subject again. Niagara, Commissioner Condon talked about 1,000 homes could have been in that area instead of Niagara. So it's the same exact kind of amount of water that would be used from them compared to 1,000 homes. So, you know, just kind of, if you kind of put that in perspective a little bit. I think if we were able to do a total ban tonight, you pretty much can guarantee there's 3 of us that would be voting on it. So I think you could feel pretty confident that once research is done, you know, that is what I would be for. So we have a motion and a second, do we? Okay. Motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, passes 4-1. Thank you, everyone, for coming.
Madam Chair, can you just clarify the moratorium passed 4-1?
Moratorium passed 4-1.
Yeah.
All right, please exit quietly. We will move back to number 12. Presentation of the report to the Clay County Board of County Commissioners for the 2025-2026 Clay County Charter Review Commission and proposed resolution acknowledging receipt of report approved by the 2025-26 Charter Review Commission, including 1 proposed amendment to the Clay County Home Rule Charter, calling a special election, directing placement of referendum for the proposed amendment on the ballot, and providing for publication and notice of the referendum as required under section 100.342. And we have our Charter Review Chair. Thank you so much for staying, Courtney. That was hard for you.
I am so glad you started speaking because I wasn't sure if we were going to go back to it, but that is why I stayed, in addition to be educated on a number of things. Thank you so much, Commissioners. I hope you all have had a good evening. My name is Courtney Connor. I've had the pleasure of serving as chair for the 2025-2026 Charter Review Commission. Before I get into the very brief review of it, I want to extend a thank you to Commissioner J.B. Reninger, who nominated me to participate in this year's Charter Review. I also want to send a huge thank you to our administrative assistants, Teresa Capo and Christine, who kept us going. They took care of about 99% of the work on this Charter Review, so thank you so much. We all just had to show up and talk. So I would just want to say thank you for all of that. And for the members of the commission, and if I may just have a moment to announce their names, they all did a fantastic job. Steve Anderson, Susan Callahan, myself, Bill Engelbrecht, Len Herring, Rhonda Jett, Yule McNair, Matt Mitchell, Kurt Musser, Tim Wynn, Debbie Pasco, Christy Perry, Van Royal, Brandon Salter, and Sherry Warren all served. I think Mr. Delgado also served as a delegate. We had other, Scotty Taylor was a delegate. We had a couple people that left a couple meetings in, but we had a great commission. So moving to the meat of the review here. So every 4 years, the charter, our home rule charter, requires charter review to come together. And after our organizational meeting, we had our first duly appointed meeting on October 20th. Thereafter, every month, we had meetings on November 17th, December 15th, let me see here, January 12th, February 9th, and March 16th. During those meetings, a number of members of the commission raised some topics for discussion. And based on the final report, we've had about 16 topics raised. Just a few of those include, should the Board of County Commissioners remain at 5 members? The composition of county commissioners at an at-large basis versus a single-member district, salaries and compensation, residency requirements, and changes to the frequency of how often the charter review actually meets. In addition to those items, some other topics that were raised, marijuana dispensaries, green space requirements, infrastructure requirements, and utility tax. Now, after we had some subject matter experts come in and actually educate us on what the scope is of the charter review and what we are limited to, a number, if not most of these topics, we actually voted to not pursue because it was simply beyond our scope. And we wanted to make sure we fell and remained within our proper legal boundaries of our review. So, after some spirited debates, we came up with, or we were left with, one proposed amendment. And that is concerning salaries and compensation. So that is section 2.2, paragraph C. And I'm going to say this was not a unanimous vote. 4 of us voted no. The rest of the board, however, was in favor and ultimately voted yes to move this proposal forward. What that proposal is to take away the salary that is stated within the charter, which is $37,000 annual for county commissioners, and replace that language with verbiage that states the salary shall be, and this is not a quote of the language specifically, but actually, you know what, let me just read it. So salaries and other compensation, salaries of the county commissioner shall be set at 37. That language would be removed. Any salary changes shall be approved by a majority of the electors in a general election. That also will be removed and replaced with the following. Quote, limited as set forth for non-charter counties in Florida statute section 145.031, Board of County Commissioners, close quote. To finish off what that section would read, other compensation, benefits, or reimbursable expenses shall be set the same as those set by general law for county commissioners of non-charters. In discussion of this particular change, we looked at, well, what is that particular number within Chapter 145? And the salary, again, I believe this changes, I don't know the frequency, it might be annually, I'm not sure on that. So I don't want to say for sure. But for the 2025-2026 year, the salary would be upwards of $96,000 for a salary. For some of us, that was not congruent with our opinions on this particular amendment, hence 4 of us voted no for that. However, again, it was majority vote, and that is the only proposed amendment that you have before you out of the 2025-2026 Charter Review Commission. And if I could answer any questions, I'd be happy to.
Madam Chair. How many, you said 4 people voted no like 3 or 4 times. How many voted yes?
We had, I believe it was upwards, I want to say at least 9 people voted yes.
So there's 13 members on the Charter Review Commission?
There was 15 appointed. I can't say for certain how many actually attended that particular day we actually voted.
Okay.
So from my recollection, I believe it was 9, but I'd have to go back to the actual video.
Gotcha. Does the charter lay out salaries for any other elected officials in Clay County?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. I was just curious. Thank you.
In other words, the other salaries for all the constitutionals are by state.
Are set by the state of Florida.
State regulated.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. That's the only question I had.
Any other questions, Courtney?
Comment. Courtney, I want to compliment you on your efforts as the chair of the CRC, and you thanked me, and I hope that was genuine.
It sure was.
But anyway, you got a little taste of what we deal with every 2 weeks here, and a lot of comments from the public on all the issues, and parsing all the issues to what is in your wheelhouse was also very difficult too, because people get very emotional and engage with things such as marijuana houses and car washes, and that's not the CRC's. That's not under CRC's purview. So thank you very much for all your effort in this endeavor, and we'll keep you in mind for maybe next 4 years too.
Thank you, and you're welcome.
Thank you.
All right. Any further questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Yes, as part of that item, number 12 is the resolution that the charter requires upon the adoption of a proposed amendment under the charter. The board has to forward it on to the supervisor of elections. And so as part of item 12 is approval of that resolution.
Right, which means that we cannot change anything. It has to pass on. There's nothing we do.
Right, you cannot change the proposed language.
Okay. That's it, right? We don't have to vote.
Yes, you have to vote
Oh,
on
we
it.
have to vote. Okay,
Yes.
I'll take a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
So before I'll second. Before I second, I want to read this. So I asked once again, following the law, it's very important for people to understand that the Clay County Charter is the local constitution. And as we continually, as local elected officials, continually come under attack from other forces, this is our local control. It's the ultimate local control. It is our own governing document. And part of that is the voice of the voters. I feel some people's trepidation to give a second, but mind you, you would be taking away the voice of the voter. So I think it's very important that we follow section 4.2B of the charter, which says the Board of County Commissioners shall, by resolution, place such amendments or revisions as approved by the Charter Review Commission on the next general election ballot. So that's why I'm seconding the motion, because the charter says we have to. So that's all I got.
All right.
Madam Chair, Courtney, I appreciate Commissioner Scarmillo reading the language of the charter. It says shall, not may. So then why are we required to vote on it?
I guess just as a formality.
So in theory, we could say no and violate our own charter. If 3 of us said no, so then I don't understand the import of voting on this.
Well, my thing is this: if we can simply just not do what they told us to do, why is there a charter review commission? Because they would have just wasted all that time. That's my personal common sense justification of it.
Of the vote?
Yeah, well, of the shall, meaning like the legalese that says you have to pass this on because your county chooses to have a charter. Like the commission can't be the
Right, no,
the
that's
end
not,
all.
that's not my
think we
crux.
should have to vote.
If our charter
Yeah.
says exactly what you read.
Right.
And we know it does, what's the point
of a vote.
of a vote?
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
I mean, I believe it's a ministerial action. I mean, this is very similar to what happens with, for instance, that you just did in connection with the school board, where
Right.
you have to, it's a shall, and you have to pass it forward. It happens a lot in connection with your, some of the bond issues. I mean, I don't know legally, I just know, and it is, I understand, frustrating when you don't have the discretion, but it is a shall.
Duval County slow-rolled their school board. I think it was a 1% sales tax.
They got overturned quickly.
Well, they were threatened with legal action if they didn't.
Yeah.
You know, so.
So
brings up, isn't there a history? So regarding the school board, didn't the county commission either not pass or changed something and got sued?
The commission decided not to pass it at the time, and we were sued, and we went to court, and we were able to prevail in the sense that at the next meeting, we had to pass it. You have to pass it. We could just decide which election for that particular item.
Yeah, but all of those are different from what I'm asking, right? Because we're not with a different entity altogether. Us as a pass-through, okay, fine, we need to cast a vote. But if our own charter requires us as a governing body to put it on the ballot, then I don't understand the redundancy of a vote. Because if I say no, three of us up here say no.
Here's a clarifying question.
And we don't obey our own charter.
Can you pass a resolution without a vote?
Well, that's what I was going to say, is it requires a resolution. So somebody has to sign it and approve it and move it forward. I mean, I can read that provision to you. I mean, it's very specific, but it says the Board of County Commissioners shall by resolution place such amendment on the next general election ballot.
And there's never been a resolution that can pass without a vote, right?
Not in my experience.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
We have a motion in a second.
I mean,
Have a motion and a second.
if you want to, if what Commissioner Compare is requesting is a continuance for us to go
No, I
look
don't
at the
want it to.
legality of that, we can certainly research that.
No, I just, if the answer to my question is that it has to be passed by resolution, I think that that sufficiently resolves my inquiry. Because may and shall in the law have very different, you know this, they have very different requirements. And so for me, it felt a bit redundant and I didn't understand the why. And you would also understand why the justification matters to me. I don't want to be a rubber stamp where I don't have to be. And here, it sounds like you're saying a resolution is required, and that resolution is what requires a vote.
I am saying that's what your charter requires.
Right. Okay, so I think that answers my question. Yeah.
Charter requires a resolution, resolution requires a vote.
Right, right. Easy.
All right, great. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we will move now to 13, discussion of the appointment to the Green Coast Springs Community Redevelopment Agency. And I will discuss, whenever county auditor resigned, we knew that she actually decided also she was going to be resigning from the CRA. I did immediately start trying to find someone because it has to be in the city of Green Coast Springs. Someone did volunteer. I do know, we didn't have applications before, but that person is fine with the applications. If we're wanting to open applications, it doesn't matter to me either. It's just, we have to have somebody in the city of Green Coast Springs. So whatever y'all want to do is fine with me.
Do we have any potential suitors?
Yes, Rhonda Jett.
I didn't even know that, I knew that you were the one we appointed. I didn't know that we even appoint this person. I'm fine to move to approve Rhonda for the CRA. Based on your recommendation, I mean, you're involved in the CRA board, and so I would imagine you would know better of what.
Quick question for Courtney. Do you know off the top of your head if there's any, if you're on a CRA, can you not do other things? Like, well, you can be a commissioner.
But it's very specific for her dual role. It's specifically, there is an exemption, but you couldn't be on other appointed boards. There is a dual occupancy or dual role. But it's very, because the city attorney and I had looked into that because he was concerned about Commissioner Burke chairing or being on it. And we looked at it and there's a specific exemption for CRAs for the commissioner.
You're talking about her being on a board, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, because I think she may serve on some other things. I don't know.
Yeah, like the Keystone Heights Board is the city council.
But that's different because, well, remember ours also has Green Cove, but this CRA that you created, we specifically had 2 spots for the county commissioner to
Oh,
appoint.
so we have two. We appoint
The chair and a person from the community. And then they appoint 2, and those 4 appoint another at-large.
Oh.
I personally don't have any problem with the name that was mentioned, but for transparency, I think we ought to open it up and see who else might want to serve.
If someone comes forward. Is that fine? I'm fine with that.
I'm okay with opening it up too.
I'll withdraw my motion.
All
I'll
right.
make a motion, we open it up for the public to apply, and then we, I don't know, what, next meeting? Can we?
Well, you want to bring it back at the end of July?
In July.
The July.
Sometime
it's
July, then
28th.
we
Okay.
select.
We'll get with Teresa.
That's my
Tomorrow.
motion.
Okay.
Very good. All right, that's a motion.
I'll
Okay,
second his motion.
All right, motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Very good. All right. Letters of documentation, bid opening tabulations, and for storm damage, burn repairs at Clay County Outdoor Adventure Park, and public-private partnership to design, build, and finance the public safety complex in Clay County. And that's it. And then we have, the meeting minutes for the Charter Review Commission. Need a motion, I believe, right? I need a motion for that? No. All right, we'll move on to the second public comment. We have, Mr. Van Bloom.
Thought this thing was broken. All right, here we go. Hello again, Steve Van Bloom, live in the Cameron Oaks neighborhood. Excuse me. I didn't have a whole lot to say. I just wanted to say thank you all. I'm not sure who did it. I think I want to say it was Mr. Wanamaker, this county manager, about the Freedom 250 truck. I'm sorry if I'm stealing your all thunder for your commissioner comments, but I just want to say that was absolutely amazing. I brought my daughter with me, and she was running around getting to all the interactive stations, and it was a great refresher on some history and some. One of my favorite topics is civics, so I was kind of excited about it. So, and then we only went on the first date, so we didn't get to see the big crowd on the following days. But I saw some of y'all post things on the internet. Some social media was posting some awesome things. So, sir, if that was your work, I want to thank you. Or if it was your office,
He had nothing to do with it.
but yeah, it was a good time. And my score on the little test is I won as a patriot instead of a tyrant. So y'all know where I stand. And then I wanted to. I had a conversation with Commissioner Compar on the last meeting regarding role of the CAC, and I'm not asking a question. I just want to plant a seed and maybe have some thought. We could bring it up at the next meeting, or we could converse offline if you all want. There is. I don't want to call it a concern, but something that kind of I think perhaps would help with efficiencies is if we have maybe an outreach on your part to address each committee, and in my particular committee with the Oak Leaf Bryan and Ridge, it seems like we touch all 5 commissioner districts, and I know that we are a new committee compared to some of these other ones. I think the one that mostly works in yours, Commissioner Burke, has been in commission for quite a while, so they probably are well versed in what their role is. But I think some of the newer people will probably appreciate a little more of a, I don't want to say direction, but kind of some guidance on your part. I was also going to, this is me jumping the chain. I was going to talk to Miss Doty about this a little further when I get a chance to grab her, but that was just a topic or a little seed I want to plant. And last thing I was gonna say, I normally stop and say hi. We have conversations after the meeting, but I have to leave after this comment. So this is me saying good night. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate you, Stephen. Anybody else want to speak? Go ahead.
Daniel Cook for the record. Address is on file. I do just want to speak about something that was mentioned earlier today in the discussion about like the hometown feel of Green Cove Springs. So I was born and raised here. Grew up on a dirt road in Fleming Island, back when there were dirt roads on Fleming Island. Went to school, Charles E. Bennett, graduated from Clay High. Then I went out into the world and was away from Clay County for about 17 years. And I just returned this past Christmas, and it absolutely still has that small town, very comforting vibe. And I just wanted to say that on the record. But with the purpose for my public comments today is we're approaching the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. And I think it's a great opportunity to have a more comprehension and understanding of not just the Declaration of Independence, but the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and how all three of those documents have different purposes and how they work together. So I thought it would be great to use my 3 minutes to speak on that. So the Declaration of Independence starts by saying, when in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitles them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation, meaning we should actually write it down. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to institute new government, laying its foundations on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right and it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. So that was written in 1776, and obviously it goes on to, when you read the full document, all the reasons why they separated from King George, and I think it's a great piece of history to look at and kind of compare to maybe what's happening right now. If I could take just 10 more seconds to loop in the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. The Constitution written in 1787, I look at that as the parameters or the blueprint for how the government is supposed to operate, whereas the Bill of Rights, which was written in 1791 as required by the states, that's a list of our rights. And so there's a different purpose with all three documents, and knowing that purpose, I think, is really important to know. Thanks.
Thank you so much. That was great. And welcome back to Clay County. Anyone else? Ryan? All right. Closing public comment. County Attorney?
Nothing further tonight.
County Manager.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I have 3 items. First, while we've been here, a very destructive storm kind of passed over. We've had heavy winds that put trees and lines down on the road, so please be careful while you're out there. And some sheds turned over and things like that. So that's kind of been what's had my attention as we've been going through this evening. And we even heard it. I think you heard it, Chair, above. Second is just a quick brief on the Freedom 250 museum truck, and wanted to really thank a lot of people. I have a list, not as big as the Constitution, but pretty big. Food trucks, Spring Park Coffee, G's Barbecue, and Amangio's Brick Oven Pizza. Wow, thank you. It was great to have food out there. The driver of the truck and the people who are staff of the 250 Freedom Museum said they've never had food before. Next up, the tents that were out there, manned by many different people, but the Clay County Tax Collector, Diane Hutchins, Richard Hobbs, Supervisor of Elections, Chris Chambliss, Heather Stewart, Larry Ann Stutz at the Village Improvement Association, Greg Parsons, Camp Blanding Museum, and Ray Scott, the Military Museum of North Florida. I know both of them really had a good time out there, and not only was there education in the truck, but out in amongst the tents. Want to thank CCSO, Lieutenant Cox, Sergeant Punske, Sergeant Scott, Lieutenant Durham, and Lieutenant Cami Mertz and the team there. So this was also a first for the truck driver to be escorted at the county line to the parking lot and out of the county at the time. Oh, by the way, I need to mention, and I won't save it till the end, 2,560 visitors to the museum was a record for that truck, for the Southeast truck, and shattered the closest record, which was almost 1,600 on a 10-day event. So that shows how patriotic Clay County is. Next up, Green Cove Springs, Chief Hines, Commander Graham, Officer Lee, Officer Arnold, and Kim Thomas, the Executive Assistant. Fourth Judicial Circuit, Eve Janko, Mike Smith, Patrick Estelia, Pat Welsh. Clerk's Office, Mary Justino, Vichy Gehrig. And finally, the BCC staff, Gene Price, Mary Canfield, Karen Smith, Laura Christmas, Jason Clark, Chief Bory, and Captain Jeff Vlazen, who led the flag raising with the assistance of the engineer Parker Humphreys and firefighter Timothy Tom Kunis, and many other BCC staff. I just want to personally thank them from the bottom of my heart. It was a wonderful event. We have another event coming up in October 14th. All right, next up, the last thing I'd like to is to yield the rest of my time to Troy to present and discuss a proposed budget amendment in relationship to the school resource officer. And I'll let Troy have the floor if you don't mind, Madam Chair, and he'll explain what's going on.
Through the chair, we normally don't walk these on to the board floor. As you know, you have a contract with the school board to pass through dollars. It's a 3-year contract to pass through dollars to support SROs and send that money to the sheriff's office. As you know, their budget year runs differently than our budget year. Their budget year runs from July 1 to June 30th. What's before you is the proposal to have the budget amendment to support the rest of the year, our fiscal year, the start of the school board's new year. They have not adopted this yet. They are having their meeting on Thursday. So what we're asking is that you approve this budget resolution so that we can provide the funding to the sheriff's office as of July 1st so they can continue, there's no funding gap. It is contingent, it would be contingent on the school board passing their resolution on Thursday. And I'll take any questions.
Why do we not do it? Why do they not do it before now?
Why does the school board not do it before now?
Yeah, why is it just coming to us?
I would defer that to the school board. It's,
I think it's because it's a little bit contentious. It was last year also, so just from history, which I had heard a rumor that it was true this year too, so I hope I'm not gossiping out of turn. I'm not trying to do that, but last year, I can speak to the facts. Last year, there was, the sheriff's office had asked for an increase from the school board, and there were, I guess there was some disagreement, and so they weren't sure it was going to pass. And so with the timing of our meetings and the way the school board does their meeting, because they often move their, which I imagine they did this year as well, they moved their July meeting back a week, which would be this coming Thursday night, because of the 4th of July, so because they don't want to have it in there. And so last year, we almost had to try to figure out if we could do a special meeting of the BCC, because they have to fund us, but the school board has to approve it. And the school board does July 1 to June 30. But they, I guess they don't have the same kind of time frame for their budget preparation that we do. We don't, they don't go
so I imagine they're approving their entire budget maybe this coming Thursday. But I did hear a rumor that there was another request for an increase from the sheriff's office for the school board police. I say rumor because I just don't have the capacity to, I worry enough about our budget. I don't have the capacity to worry about theirs, but I had heard some comments, different places being in the public. I don't know if that's true. There are sheriff's office people here from a finance perspective if someone had questions, but I imagine that's why it hasn't been approved yet. But last year, it was, what the sheriff's office requested was approved.
Madam Chair, what happens if the school board does not approve this increase?
Then we do not approve the funding draw that the sheriff will ask for on July 1st. And I would defer to the sheriff's office on what impact that would have on them. The board has been very clear that we are not to fund the sheriff's office SROs out of any other county taxpayer dollars. So from the budget office, we would not be able to give a draw.
And the agreement that we entered into, the 3-year agreement, provides that the board does not provide the funds if it's not received from the school board.
Okay,
So,
that's what I wanted to hear.
yeah, so I mean, if they don't approve it on Thursday, then I would suggest that they're probably gonna have to have a meeting, or the sheriff's office would have to make some decisions.
I can't imagine though, because I think they would have to, I think it's kind of like us. You'd have to vote no to the whole budget. I don't think it's piecemeal. I'm not positive. I don't know if you guys know, but I would think they would have to reject their entire budget, because this is only a part of, just like the sheriff's office is only a part of our budget. You have to reject either the whole, but you either approve the whole budget as presented. I guess you could change it and amend it. But I don't imagine they won't approve their entire budget. So I think the only question would be, if they don't fund this amount of money, it maybe is not the same numbers, but I can't imagine them not funding.
It'd be a lesser amount that they approve.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I just, why so late though?
And I don't know if it's because they get out of school and they go into, again, they're on a different year. I don't know if it's tied to the part, you've got to remember, part of their funding is tied to the state budget.
Right.
Which they run on the state's year, which is a July 1st budget also.
Which isn't passed yet.
Which isn't, well, it's passed,
Well,
it's not
it's
been
not
signed.
signed.
So, again, I don't want to get into the school board's methodology, their fiscal policies. Really for us, it's, and in the case that they do approve a lesser amount, I would assume that that lesser amount would still be more than the 3 months, because this gets us from July to September. So this would still go through, and then we would be back at the table with the sheriff's office would be back at the table with the school board to figure out September through June, would be my guesstimate what would happen, because this is only 3 months of funding, not the entire year, just for clarity. We'll adopt the other 9 months as part of our normal budget process in October.
Do you think this is a full funding amount for 3 months?
This is my
Here's an
understanding.
augmentation.
My understanding from the sheriff's office is this is a full funding amount for 3 months, and I'm getting a nod from David and Larry, so I don't know if you want to say anything, but that's my understanding.
Yeah, hold on, I can tell you. I'll pull it up. The amount that is attached for the 2.2 million, that is for July to September. The October to June is an additional 5.5. It's actually 5,527,103.25. So the total budget request that would include from July to June is over 7.7 million.
And this part of it's front-loaded, I think, a little bit because of the capital. Correct, okay.
Madam Chair, I move to approve it.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, motion is second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
We're not gonna let Troy come up here again.
All right, Commissioner Ritter, you want to start?
Me? Okay. Okay, yeah, I only have a few things. One, I want to note Lee's still back at Regional Council, still president accounted for, so thank you very much for sticking to the bitter end. I spoke about the auditor's job description, and I want to read from the job description why I think why I voted not to get rid of the position. There are 4 bullets, and the last one, performs legally permissible and proper duties and functions as the BCC shall from time to time assign. And as you see, you know, tonight we voted on the moratorium because we have gaps. There's gaps everywhere. And I handed out a list of gaps that I am watching a little bit. Some of these are our responsibility, but they affect us all. Some of them are not our responsibility, but they affect our residents. And I'm going to read them for the public. Electric vehicle versus ICE, internal combustion engine vehicle registration requirements. Other states require an electric vehicle tag, and I assume they have a fee attached to that to compensate for the loss of gas tax. Electric, gas, diesel, CNG as fuel sources for our future vehicle purchases. We discussed data center impacts ad infinitum tonight. Advanced air mobility, advanced security systems. We discussed flock cameras a little bit tonight. Integration of AI in county processes. And I held the e-bike integration to last because that's one of the, we've had 2 fatalities that I know of in Clay County on e-bikes. And quite honestly, people have said, well, that's a parent responsibility. I don't know that we give direction to the parent. The parent doesn't know because we don't provide direction. Where does that e-bike belong? Does it belong in the street? Does it belong on the sidewalk? Does it belong on a bike path? What's the definition of an e-bike? You know, is a one wheel an e-bike? You know, there are all kinds of electric vehicles out there that are totally unregulated. And well, not only to speak of the injury, but the loss of the property damage that could occur from an e-bike. Chief of Police in Orange Park says most of the incidents that they have to report, investigate, involve e-bikes hitting cars. Okay, now here's a person without safety equipment. Here's a person without insurance, no registration, and no guidance from above as to where he or she should have been operating an e-bike. So in that regard, and I've spoken on this a couple times, I want to work with the sheriff. The sheriff has, we've been communicating over the last 2 weeks on a work group project to the goal of this project is to provide a flyer to the parents before school starts this August or September on what they can do and what we think they should do with their, you know, and I'm going to categorize e-toys and e-bikes. You know, if it's used for transportation, it's an e-vehicle. If it's not used, you know, my little grandson has a little truck that he drives. That's not what we want to get. That's something people can use in their backyards. But if it has an electric motor on it and you give it to your kid and he's on the sidewalk or he's in the street or he's on a bike path, he's using it for transportation. So that's the kind of the guidance we want to give to our public in lieu of restrictions that the state's also working on this with they have a strike group, a working group at the state level working on the e-vehicles as well. So, but in the interim, maybe we can prevent the next death. I don't know. But we've already had 2, and it's just disheartening to me to have you have a 13-year-old boy or girl, it doesn't really matter, but to raise a child and then have them mowed down by a car because they were doing something crazy that, quite honestly, I did when I was a kid, you know, and it's just a little more dangerous today. So anyway, I'd like the consensus of the commission to move forward on this working group for another probably 2 months to generate a flyer to go to the parents before school starts.
Full support of that.
And if that's concurrence, I take it gladly. Freedom, was it Freedom 250?
Yes, sir.
Is an outcome of, maybe 2 months ago, county manager and myself, we had a talk about the upcoming holiday, July 4th. And in the past, we just celebrated the birth of our nation on one day of the year. But this year is special, 250th, and we came to consensus we ought to do more. And the Freedom 250 truck was more, and we're going to be doing. I think there's an event almost every month in Clay County to celebrate the 250th anniversary. So I want to wish everybody a great July 4th, but more to come all the way through October, November, I think. And that's all I have. So thank you very much.
Thank you. That was a perfect segue because I had so much fun with the truck that came, the Freedom 250 truck that came last week. And I brought my dad because in the Compare household, all things America, we bleed red, white, and blue. And it was really special to get to experience that with my dad. He plays such an integral role in the probably obsessive patriotism that each Compare has. And so I'm just grateful that we were able to participate in that way. And that truck was cool. If you didn't get to participate, I'm sorry, go find one. They're everywhere. Well, everywhere, but you'll find, because all over the country this year. And so from the bottom of my heart, I extend to every Clay County resident, I hope you enjoy your Independence Day and do all the America things. And as an aside, I know that, so coming from a Caribbean household, we love soccer. And on social media lately, there has been a lot of feedback from Europeans who have been spending time in America. And I'm telling you, the family group chat blows up with all of these Europeans talking about Texas barbecue and how they just love being in the States and how we take AC for granted and all the things. And I can tell you that in my household growing up, my dad will tell you that he was raised in a home that is smaller than his bedroom, a home that is smaller than his bedroom, and that AC was a fantasy. And so I'm thrilled by all the patriotism. I'm having a great time, and I wish that upon you and your family. So much to thank God for. And then the last thing, we were in attendance, all 5 of us at the legislative wrap-up this morning, and I thought that went really well, and that we were able to, you could feel the tension in the room as we were talking about some of the changes that Tallahassee has brought to Clay County, potentially. But we have got strong leadership, and we understood better today, I think, the reasons. And I think that's why those legislative wrap-ups are so important. And so hat tip to the Chamber of Commerce here in Clay County, John Cantrell, Catherine, Kelly, all of you have done a phenomenal job keeping us apprised and putting on something beautiful. And a hat tip to our delegation that serves Clay County so well. And so for those who don't know about it, look forward to the next one. Otherwise, go America, happy Independence Day, and we'll catch you at the next one.
You didn't mention the rendition of the Star Spangled Banner.
That's coming up. So as Commissioner Compare's future agent, let me tell you about Miss Compare. She's been holding back for the past 4 years. She's got some golden pipes. Commissioner, unbelievable. I mean, you really can sing, and it's an honor, and we've been grateful enough to hear you do it twice in 2 weeks or whatever it's been, which was awesome. And your passion for patriotism is very obvious. And God bless you with the ability to sing, and it's awesome. And so Commissioner Compare did sing at the Freedom Truck, and I think the thing that hit me with the Freedom Truck is how important our democracy truly is, and how minuscule some of the problems we face are compared to the history of our country and what our forefathers went through and what our military goes through. You know, Sam Garrison said this today, speaker, you know, the future speaker of the Florida House, that we truly do have what we would call first world problems. And I have no doubt that, you know, the upcoming season that we're going to go through as a commission, we'll band together and have robust debate and get through it. But we really truly are in a very good position when you look at it that way. I don't have, you know, many comments tonight other than the fact that I love when our community gets involved in their local government. That is how this is supposed to work. And we're all so appreciative that they have the freedom to step up to the podium, share their thoughts. We have the freedom to share our thoughts, and whether we agree or disagree, that's how this works. And it was really good from that aspect. And I wish everyone a happiest 250th anniversary of the greatest country in the world. And we will see you next time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a few things tonight. One was a conversation, I think it plays into the electric vehicle conversation, but it's a little bit different. So because of the shared rural area of Commissioner Burke's district and mine and where they come together, County Engineer Richard Smith and I started having a conversation. It started around four-wheelers and things like that. And through this conversation, I found out, I didn't really know, I knew a little bit, but that Clay County years ago passed a more strict ordinance regarding low-speed vehicles in the county than the state law. And it's interesting to me because Clay County in the past was, you know, much more, less government, less ordinances and all, but they were pretty restrictive. And so in that ordinance, it basically says if you don't have permission from the county commission, like for golf cart communities, you have to come and petition to the county commission to be a golf cart community. So there are some, Lake Asbury is one that is, and then some of the municipalities have golf cart areas. But then there are others where technically the sheriff's office can ticket somebody for driving a golf cart. And so I would, I frequently, like in kind of the old time Middleburg, right down, I call it the old time Middleburg, kind of by Commissioner Compere's church, but right down near the boat ramp. One of the residents asked me, he called me and he said, hey, can you send me whatever I need to do to petition the BCC to be a golf cart community? When right down from him, Black Creek Park North, which is also in my district, has a golf cart community ordinance. And they've had their sheriff's representative at their civic association meeting has talked about, you know, they have to be like a licensed driver with at least a restricted license. They have to have certain, they can't drive after dark without street legal stuff, lights and reflectors and turn signals. And so what when Richard and I were talking about this, he said, do we want to put up more signs in the county? I said, no, I don't want to put up more signs. I don't want to be more restrictive. I would actually like for us to take a look at repealing that and making low-speed vehicles, which are addressed in state law, which the sheriff's office is well-versed in, making low-speed vehicles approved, and it's on residential streets, and we would bring back the language, but it would be on residential streets under 35 miles an hour. And they are vehicles, specifically the state law, when the sheriff's office was presenting on it, she said that it's they have to be less than 25 miles per hour. So this is not talking about these big four-wheelers and side-by-sides that can go 65 miles an hour. It's talking about golf cart kind of vehicles, not limited to electric. But I think it kind of plays into the conversation, and I think that it would be contradictory of us if we go and make some kind of e-bike, e-scooter rules, and then basically we're saying those are allowed, and we're saying no golf carts are allowed.
So anyway, I would like for us to consider changing that, and Richard said that he would help me with that language. And so if you all think that it would be something you would be open to, I would bring it back.
Just a quick question. I know, like, in my neighborhood in Eagle Harbor, they've worked extremely hard. I've only lived there since 2021, but they've worked extremely hard to put very clear parameters on golf carts, and I believe it's working. Would this be for unincorporated areas only? Would it be effective with CDDs? Because that would only be my concern. Is I really like what our community has in place, and or if a CDD would like to place more restrictive covenants, that's just where I stand.
Yeah.
So
Maybe we could take a look at that.
I think with everything else, they have their own rules and they can, right? The CDDs and HOAs.
Well, I mean, I know that we have to approve golf carts, but I'm trying to find the ordinance that you're referencing, so maybe we can just get together.
Yeah.
I don't see it in Muni Code, but
I'm pretty sure the state has already regulated low-speed vehicles.
They have. They have a statute, but we have an ordinance that goes back, I mean, I think it goes back to like the 80s, didn't it, Richard, that it's?
It's not that old, it actually restricts dirt roads to be.
that's something a little different than the golf carts. That's specific with ATVs and use. I can pull that for you.
I know.
It's a
I
very-
want to take a look at combining all of it.
Okay.
Because I don't want to pick and choose vehicles that are approved. I don't want, because with my conversations with Diana with the sheriff's office, she said it makes it difficult for them, because they know, I mean, but they're out in the field, so they can't just go pull up, okay, if you have a golf cart, well, are you an approved golf cart community? Well, we've got a complaint. Anyway.
Let Richard and I pull together and then we can bring it back just to see exactly what it is.
Okay. I would just like to figure out how to be less restrictive.
This is one of the gaps I'm talking about.
Yeah. And it's an ordinance that we already have, so. The other one is last week, I know all of you got the email, several emails from some of my constituents. So there was a young husband and father, actually played football with one of my sons at Keystone High School. Brilliant young man, bright young man with a brilliant future. And he was killed at the intersection of County Road 215 and Blanding Boulevard. And as you probably know, you've heard, that's an intersection where there's been a lot of fatalities. People fly through there. It clogs up with traffic. So the few people that emailed us also contacted DOT because it's a state road. Blanding is State Road 21. And it's the intersection of County Road 215, but it's a bigger intersection, so it involves Alligator Boulevard and then Rosemary. So if you're going south, Rosemary turns off almost immediately. Then Alligator Boulevard turns off. Those are direct right turns, 90-degree right turns, and then County Road 215 angles off. And so we got the emails. I reached out to Richard. We were at TPO that day. I talked to the secretary, and then I also talked to Jeff Sheffield with TPO. And the response from DOT is kind of interesting to me. So a fatality is not a fatality in DOT world. So the qualifications for what would warrant a traffic light are different. For whatever reason, DOT doesn't want to put a traffic light there, which I maybe can understand because it doesn't address all three roads going south and north. It's difficult to see. You come up on a curve, uphill on a curve, but they don't want to address it with a traffic light, which is what the public wants them to do. But everybody becomes a traffic engineer. But the public wants a solution. DOT has a solution. They have tried a number of different paint schemes, plastic barriers. Nothing has worked to slow people down and to stop these things. DOT has a solution that they want to put in there. They want us to put it on our TPO list so that then they can fund it. You know how things are funded with DOT. Well, that's 10 months away. So what DOT has come back through Richard to tell me to come to you is they need $500,000 to design what would be the next phase. So either the two options would be, and we won't decide tonight, but I want to tell you about it so that it can come back on, possibly on a next agenda. We could fund, the county could fund through some source the design of that intersection, a safer improvement, a traffic improvement for safety at that intersection. We could fund the $500,000 and it would immediately go into design, and then DOT would ask us to put it on our TPO list next February when we approve the TPO list, and then it would go into the funding mechanism and then for construction. Or we can wait, and if we wait, what will and we put it on next February, then the DOT's sequence won't change. Then they will design it. So it's just a matter of what we want to do and when. And so what I was thinking, I mentioned to the county manager, is asking if you all would be open to it. I know that we don't have a lot of money, but what I was thinking was if the county manager and Richard and Sharice could go back and look at, do we have any mobility fee money in my district or in that part of my district, any impact fee money? A lot of that I know went to County Road 218, but there could be some money that could go to funding that design sooner than waiting the 10 months and hanging out there. But I'm not saying we would approve doing it. I'm saying, could they go and look and see, are there any places that we have funding that we could divert to that design of $500,000? I'm not asking for regular, any other money, only just local.
I thought there was emergency funding from them that they could, if something could come up for an emergency and they could pull it up. TPO could.
This is the only option they gave me.
Who was it from TPO Service?
Jeff. And Jim Knight has the design, and Greg Evans told me to get with Jim, and Jim's feedback to Richard was, if the county can fund the design, we can design it now and then build it when you can put it on your TPO, or fund it next year or in the next TPO 5-year cycle, or they'll fund the design in the next cycle if we put it on the list.
So Richard, this is where I remember I asked you the other day, and I haven't talked to Jeff yet, but he had told me as chair that I would be able to meet with him and you to discuss something that could be brought forward that we need in our county, kind of like as a favor for, this could be something I could do, I would think.
I don't think this is related to that. After the accident occurred, the latest fatality on the motorcycle came up. I called Jim and he says, I've got something for you. And he said, basically what Commissioner Condon said, if we can get money toward the design, move that up into our top 6, then sounded like I don't want to put it in the 5-year plan. I want to put it in the now plan, to see if we could push it that way, to do it then. And it is a solution, and I'm confident it would work. As far as the project that, I don't know I think Jeff may have been referring to the studies, like the Russell Road study we did, the Dirt Road study we did.
No, he wasn't.
I've never heard that.
That was kind of been pushed to the wayside because I never went to him about it. I forgot. And then whenever we started talking about some things we needed, so anyway, I probably just need to call him.
Yeah, that would be best because we've got our top. We make the top 25 list But
That has been a problem area forever. I mean,
Oh, it
I
is.
know they've definitely tried so many things, but
And for some reason, this one, maybe he had already been working on it, but for some reason, he immediately sent me the plan. I forwarded it to Commissioner Condon, and they basically, there's no right of way. Part of the reason is there's no right of way to acquire. We have a lot of land in front of the Circle K. So a lot of land between the area between Alligator and, I say we, the state does. There's a huge right of way in there to do anything. And in our Commissioner Renninger joined us on our safety call this past week, and the DOT PIO, Ms. Sarah Pleasance, almost kind of said it sarcastically, well, there's no more traffic separators out there, as if that's been the goal, is to run every one of them over. And they did. Everyone is gone. So they've restriped it, they've done everything, they've put physical barriers up, and what would go in would be it would be a permanent solution that would, you're going from a high-speed area coming up north from Keystone into you're getting ready to get into the city. Maybe we call it Middleburg, but still, from there to 295 is the city now. It wasn't when I was growing up, but it is now.
But the northbound isn't the problem, it's the southbound.
Correct. And northbound is where they took all the barriers out, and that's something what I don't think they're seeing what we're seeing with the deceleration traffic at Rosemary and at Alligator, but that would be included in the design. We could include that in the solution. So, but I'm not. Jeff's never discussed the project that you've referred to with me. We just have our top 6 currently.
I need to bring it back into his head.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah. It's, I'll pull it and ship it to you. I'll email it to you tomorrow. We've got it. We have what's called Signal 4, same the sheriff's office has, and it's definitely got all of FHP stuff, and that's usually.
Field of view, you got plenty of field of view. I don't know.
It's one is there's a commercial driveway there that's very busy with the Circle K.
Yeah.
It's excessive speed also. There's a lot of speed coming down the hill. So, and then the fatality before this fatality was one that didn't make the curve. They literally went 215 comes up, and you're at about a 70-degree angle, and you swing into it to get to a right angle. They kept going straight, and that was the one that was excessive speed coming off of 215.
A truck and a trailer pulled out in front of a motorcycle,
Yeah, the motorcycle hit the trailer.
and the young man from Keystone was on the motorcycle.
Yeah. So,
So can we look at where we might have some money? Does anybody object to that?
Money from your district. You're talking
Yeah,
about.
like mobility or impact fee.
$500,000 is a lot of money.
Yeah, I don't object looking for it. I mean, if they find it, we need to talk about.
So mobility and impact fee money can only be used in the district it's collected in.
Right.
So that's what I'm asking about. So it wouldn't be in.
I don't know, why would you have to ask our permission for that, though?
She doesn't know how much is left, I think.
Well, I'm just asking
Yeah.
because it
If
would
it's
be
your
a-
district,
it would
then
be a
it's your money.
change to it would be a change to the budget if they do it. So
Yeah.
it would have to come back, and
Study.
I guess it was more about, I'm trying to be, I've had some criticism over the past few meetings that I haven't been as open about things, and I didn't want to bring something if it wasn't gonna be palatable.
Important, I mean.
Yeah, it's important.
And also because you all got you got the email, because they emailed commissioners, and so you all saw the emails, but probably no follow-up.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I guess, the last 2 things is one, on Friday morning, I, will have at the, business meeting for the Florida Association of Counties, I will have my election for second VP. So if, you can stay around and vote, I would appreciate earning your vote, for that. It will be, only commissioners can vote, and, everybody gets one. It's not Chicago, so we don't vote early and vote often. But, so at any rate, I did a little bit of digging, and Clay County has never had a, president of the Florida Association of Counties. And, so Speaker Designate Garrison, stopped me today and told me, wished me the best, and he was aware of it. And, so anyway, pretty kind of a big deal, I guess.
That's
But
one of
anyway.
the outcomes of term limits, you know, you don't
Yeah.
have time to.
Yeah. And then the final thing is I just want to say thank you to the constituents of District 4. So on Friday, the 12th, when qualifying ended at noon, I was unopposed. So you've got me, whether you wanted me or not, for the next 4 years. And so in November, I'll be sworn in for my final term as a commissioner and serving through November of 2030. I was the first commissioner to run unopposed in District 4 since Commissioner Stewart. So we said we had to have that bond together. But anyway, I just want to say thank you. I appreciate it very much.
Oh, that's right. All right. I also enjoyed the luncheon today. I don't know. I just really enjoyed listening to Senator Bradley and Representative Garrison, and how, just how wonderful our county is, hearing from everything they are doing for us. And I thought it was really great. So along Commissioner Compare's deal, I actually knew she could sing because I've been to her church, and her and her siblings sing together. And I have to tell you a funny story. I'm the oldest of me and my siblings, and I actually got them to come sing with me in our church, and they fought me every step of the way. So I am so glad that your family actually does that, and it's really neat to go to her church and see and hear them. And of course, I enjoyed her today. I wanted to kind of bring y'all up to date again, and also tell you about June 30th, which is next Tuesday. There is a public meeting at Russell Baptist Church, FDP is holding, regarding the intent to approve fences, 1.7-mile fence around the contaminated area, the very grossly contaminated area of Solite. And so it should be, I'm hoping it's highly attended if any of you would like to come. It's going to be between 4 and 7 p.m. And just along those lines, we have done, tons of research and read tons of documents, and Bruce Reynolds, who is here, is our task force director. We were able to find out that, of course, we know Black Creek floods. This area, Solite, has a huge amount of flood zone areas on the property. Black Creek in that area has flooded, rose 16 feet, which would go into this area, which would then, if it drains, it would then go back into Black Creek and to the neighboring areas, which then goes into the river. So that's kind of scary. And when we think even more so about where, what the implications are of that, as opposed to them cleaning it, capping it, dredging it, something, instead of just putting a fence around it, is just atrocious to me. And so this is our time to be able to speak up to FDP and hopefully maybe change their mind. I don't know. Next meeting, I will not be here, so Commissioner Scrumlow, you're just going to do a wonderful job taking my place, and I know you will. And then we also, all of us are traveling tonight to Orlando to the FAC conference, and so I hope everyone travels safe. And we did get out of here before, too late.
7 a.m. breakfast.
Yeah. Whew. Okay. So if there is nothing else for the good order, meeting adjourned.